Patriots now find themselves at a record of 3-9 after getting blown out in South Florida by Miami yesterday, 34-15 in a game that felt a lot worse than that. Tua Tagovailoa threw 4 touchdown passes for the home team. He's now 7-0 lifetime against the Patriots. Miami was also up 24-0 at the half while holding their opponent to 85 yards of offense. The Patriots' final game before the bye week is Sunday at home against Indianapolis. Colts are 5-7. They lost to Detroit yesterday 24-6. Last night, Philadelphia running back Saquon Barkley ran for 255 yards and 2 touchdowns as the Eagles beat the Rams in L.A. 37-20. Celtics almost let a 19-point third-quarter lead get away. They hung on to beat Minnesota at TD Garden yesterday, 107-105. Timberwolves center Naz Reid missed the three-pointer from the top of the key at the buzzer that would have won it for the visitors. Jaylen Brown scored a game-high 29 points for the Celtics. They've won 5 in a row to improve to 14-3. They play the L.A. Clippers at the Garden tonight. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. ESPN reported yesterday top baseball free agent Juan Soto will begin accepting contract offers this week. The Red Sox are among at least 6 teams that met with him last week, and the Bruins are off until tomorrow night when they play Vancouver at the Garden. And less than a week after they fired him, Jim Montgomery has a new home. The St. Louis Blues fired head coach Drew Bannister yesterday and replaced him with Montgomery. Montgomery also signed a new 5-year contract with his new team. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Yankee Custom. They have everything you need to outfit your truck, van, or SUV. Yankee Custom has the largest retail inventory in New England with locations across New England. YankeeCustomTruck.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Start your day.
Hello. Hello. Mm-hmm. Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Somebody about with a football.
98.5. The Hub.
Bruins are back from the West Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
Wow. Non-competitive. Embarrassing. Wow. 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 Wow.
Hey, everybody. We are Toucher and Hardy. Town Fair Tire Studios. You can give us a call, 617-779-0985. And you can watch us on YouTube if you search 98.5 The Sports Hub. We are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. We'll get to the Patriots. We'll get to Jim Montgomery. We'll get to the Celtics. We'll get to everything else under the sun. But I will tell you this, is that Hardy and I had big-time weekends. John, I take it you did too?
Oh, slam bang. Thrill a minute. Yep.
All right, so you didn't. So Hardy and I will dominate this conversation.
That's right.
Weren't you asked to do something by someone and you couldn't do it? I thought you were asked to do something. Like someone that we all know like invited you to do something and then you couldn't do it.
I don't remember, to be honest with you. I spent most of my weekend like you usually spend your weekdays, in the car, driving my kids all over the place. That's what I did.
Yeah.
Sleepovers and get-togethers and parties, and that's what I did.
But Hardy had dinner with our own esoteric.
Oh, yeah.
And his lovely wife and your mutual friends.
That's right. That was Friday night, and we got together, and I think I told you that Marcy has never met Esoteric before, so she's like, well, what's he like? Blah, blah, blah. And I said, all I had to do to convince her that she was going to enjoy this was that I said he knows Tom Hardy, which I undersold it vastly. Apparently, those two are very tight. And as far as Marcy is concerned, she only cares about Venom. It's one of these weird things in her pop culture world of likes. That, other things, it's like, no, I like this book and I like this dumb show. But Venom. Love the Venom movies. Not a superhero person by any means. Just loves Venom. So she was all happy about that fact.
Did you know that Esoteric was in Venom?
Only after we all found out about it together.
Okay, so you told her that.
Yeah. But we haven't seen the new one yet.
Oh yeah. So she thinks Tom Hardy's good looking?
No, she likes Venom. She likes the movie character. That's it. She cares nothing for Tom Hardy.
And how did she come across Venom?
I don't know. It's like her fascination with Hellboy. She has no other interest in any of these, like Marvel, DC, anything. She likes Venom and Hellboy, and then a bunch of other like lame girl stuff.
It's weird because like
charcuterie and Hellboy.
What's funny is my daughter really liked Venom. And she doesn't like any of that stuff either. I mean, we see a ton of movies, but she liked Venom enough to seek out the first one to watch at home. I wonder if Venom, and it's not because of Tom Hardy either. I wonder if the woman, and this is, I'm not even doing the character. This is because they get pregnant. They like the idea of another being inhabiting their bodies.
Okay, so then how does that explain Hellboy?
No, I wasn't trying to explain Hellboy. I was trying to explain why your wife and my daughter, who don't like that kind of stuff, they do like Venom. That's the only one they like.
I think she just thinks it's funny. The character is funny.
It's not overly humorous. I mean,
I didn't think so. I don't think so either. But then again, the things that I think are really funny, if I'm watching I Think You Should Leave, or back in the day, Tim and Eric, she would just shake her head. I stopped trying to share funny things with her years ago.
What percentage of Tim and Eric do you think hit to your eyes?
30%.
Yeah, see, I'm more like a 5% guy, and the 5% was very funny, but I don't think they're like geniuses or anything.
No. But I appreciated what they were trying to do on at least 60% of it, and the stuff that hit really hit.
Yes, I agree. Which was like 5% for me.
Sweet lady, I love you, body.
Well, they're responsible for Steve Brule, which is the 4% of the 5% of the show that I like that they did. Sometimes
John C. Reilly, I saw an interview with him, or read an interview with him, where he was asked about it. They're like, how did you come up with Brule? What is this character? Why does it work so well? And he wasn't a dick about it. He said, I don't want to talk about it, because if I start talking about why you think it's funny or I think it's funny, it's not going to be funny. He said, I'm not sure that it's funny. I'm not sure that it works, and I don't want to dissect it or investigate it at all. I just want to do it.
I heard that interview too. That's the only time he ever addressed it, because he used to say, and I know why, and I don't think he's being a dick either. He used to be saying, I don't know him. He used to say, I don't know him, and that was part of the joke.
It was a completely different person.
But it's funny, I heard back when I listened to the Mark Maron podcast, I don't dislike Mark Maron, I just don't listen to his podcast anymore because I don't know. The millionth interview, I lost interest in his interviewing techniques. But and it was the same thing every time. But he had him on, and all he talked about, he was doing the Laurel and Hardy movie, which I actually saw. And he just was talking, he talked for an hour about Laurel and Hardy. about their relationship. Oof. And he had Sasha Baron Cohen on one time, and Sasha Baron Cohen talked about mimes and clowns, and not clowns like in a Ringling Brothers way,
but like in a Baskets, French classic clown kind of way.
Yes, the art of clowning.
Oh
boy! He said, "Here you got one of the funniest guys of our generation," and he's sitting there extolling the virtues of clowning. It's time to redirect this conversation into another area.
Wow.
Not that it has to be salacious. Well,
just to put a bow on it, between Esoteric and Jen Nawada, we've been friends with a long time, and she also knows Esoteric. Her husband Justin. It was this odd configuration of the three of us that somehow we just made magic. We just made magic at that meal. And Esoteric ordered for the whole table. He had a.
This is your thing now. You let other people order for you.
He had a Joe Mazzulla thing about him where he just took over and he said, we're sitting there at a steakhouse. He goes, "No, you're having the mahi." I'm like, "Okay, whatever you say."
You like the other guy to be
what
dominant.
He should have
Good
done
for you.
is he should have put his friend from Wu-Tang, Inspector Deck, on FaceTime and had him look at the menu and start ordering.
Oh, that would have been something.
That would have been. You could have ate a Wu-Tang inspired cuisine.
Now, Freddie, what did you get up to over the weekend?
Well, this weekend was I did something every day. It's very exciting. I was not supposed to have the kids this weekend, but that changed. First of all, we'll just go over Sunday. I knock out a 5K. I went to the BC game,
but I saw the 5K. I saw the picture of you in mid stride, exhausted. I saw.
Yeah,
that.
if you go to @FredToucher on Instagram, don't say exhausted, John. It's accepting oxygen. It's a breathing technique.
Okay.
You look to be in distress.
Your mouth was wide open when you took the picture.
Yes, and that could be a look of pain to you, but it's actually a technique that you probably don't know about.
That's true. I don't.
It's it's being present.
Yeah.
It's
if you go back and
mindful
watch
breathing.
Old film of Steve Prefontaine. One lap into those races, Prefontaine would be breathing like.
That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
I would go. I call it the Fonz, and not because of Fonzarelli, because of Fontaine, is what I call that technique.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
that's what you're supposed to.
I'd run the 5K like last month, and I decided that, and I felt much better, but I did worse. So there you go. So there's that happening.
Oh.
But when the picture was taken, I was in dead sprint to finish things off. But then after that, I went and took my son and his friend to our first card show. A sports card show. And that, my friends, is interesting because there's three kinds of dealers. One, like really nice guys that are kind of set up and they've been in the game a long time. They're generally older. Two, comic book guy that is the worth nothing. To my eyes, this is an 8. Don't even bother getting this looked at. Because I thought you could go and get cards graded, but the only grading service there was a local one. I'm like, I don't want this crap. Who's going to care if I try to sell this and it was graded by some dork at this company? And he's like, you need to get this like magnifying glass and like this and that. I'm like, I'll get out of here with this. And then 3 was a wheeler dealer. King of Industry card guy, which I found interesting because you're spending $200 for 2 days of a table at a place that probably had 75 people lurking around buying cards, and you're they're very jaded by the industry. They tell you how much of a ripoff all this stuff is, like, and how the industry's gone to hell. And then you are to make deals with them, and I have a feeling my son made some deals because he brought cards to trade, and I have a feeling that he was scammed. And then I was like, oh boy, I think he was scammed. And then I realized how much could he have been scammed for? like
He wasn't
$100.
Yeah, he didn't have a Honus Wagner on him.
Right,
so-
exactly. Like there was no high level dealing of cards. By the way, no one wants Otani cards apparently, which is great news for someone who has a ton of them. No one, even good ones, like no one wants Otani cards.
Are there
apparently.
too many of them?
No, it's not that there are too many. It's that everyone bought them, and so people aren't interested in buying them anymore because they were all sucked up. Like everyone got them, and there's this huge market because now the market's flooded. It's not an overprinting of them like in the '90s cards,
Right.
But it's like this thing, and so I thought it was a little bit of an evolution on mine and a maturing on mine that when I realized, and I bought a Ricky Henderson rookie, and I'm sure I got scammed on it. I bought a couple cards.
But that set you back.
125, but it was a 7.5.
Can't hide money.
Yeah, I wanted $125,000. It was, but I always wanted the Ricky Henderson rookie. I want the Tony Gwynn rookie, and then I'll be all set. But so I bought that, but I'm sure I got scammed. And then because I was gonna look up stuff on my phone, and I'm like, I just don't feel like dealing with it. Like if it saves me $20, I don't want to go walk away and do all this stuff. There are people packing up. They didn't want to be there anymore. And they were
Always a good sign.
And a guy was packing up, and I'm like, is there anything you're just looking to get rid of? Because I figured if you're packing up a bunch of stuff, that maybe you just so you don't have to pack it, you just want to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And he's like, no. Okay. Like, all right. I was just like, I was trying to do you a favor. Like, is there? And they weren't cards; they were boxes. I'm like, is there anything you're just like you just want to get rid of? Maybe I could just buy a bunch of stuff right now and you give me a deal. But I did think that this was an evolution because I did realize that a couple guys were great. There was like this old guy that was like really cool to my son, and he like bought something and started trading stuff, him and his friend, and the guy was like, oh, just take this too, and just take this too, and just take this too. He's like, I'm glad you're in the hot. Like he was so nice, and you could tell he was like just a guy who had a table. He had so much old stuff, but you could tell he'd been like doing it for years. But when I figured guys were like scamming my son, and he realized he kind of got scammed on one thing because he tried to trade it to someone else, and they were like, "This is worth not what you paid for it." I was gonna get like kind of annoyed, but then I thought, you know what? How much money are we talking about here? Congratulations, you ran the $30 scam.
Yeah.
Think of things that you spend $30 on in your life.
Well, that paid for his parking, and it's probably.
Yeah, right. At the Marriott in Quincy.
It's a nice Marriott.
It's a big. It was a big convention room.
Yeah,
Hey, Fred.
it is.
The guy we had on last week, Jeff Gross, to talk about the Babe Ruth.
I know Jeff Gross. You don't have to. He's the gay guy that did the double do thing.
Different guy.
The baseball card collector that we had on last week. The Babe Ruth card went to bid over the weekend, and it's already at $500,000.
Yeah, but that's what they thought. Well, how long?
But there's like another week and a half left.
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah. We'll see where that goes.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, we'll see where my Duke Sniper.
Oh Jesus!
We'll see. My Saquon Barkley card on my eBay has caught fire.
Just went up last night, I'm imagining. The value.
I mean, it's caught fire. What timing by me to set it up there? I mean, I might walk away with like $50.
I need to go to one of these card conventions because my pal Rocky is trying to get all of the 55 Dodgers, and his grandfather got hooked him up with a Pee Wee Reiss,
Right.
but he's got this dreadful disease, and he's trying to complete the entire team before he dies. So I need to get to one of these.
I might be able to help him. I seriously might have a graded, like just a card.
No
from
one
the
picking up on my reference?
No.
That's Rocky Dennis from Mask.
Oh,
he was collecting the 55 Dodgers.
That's right.
Sorry.
And then Cher's dad comes up and gives him the Pee Wee Reese.
Why don't you say the deformed
Pee-wee.
guy? I have this deformed friend, then I would have gotten it.
I got this really ugly friend.
Yeah, he's got this hot blind chick,
Oh yeah.
but you don't want to screw him over because he knows the Hell's Angels. My bad. I'm sorry. I think I might have some. I was going to be nice. I think I might have some commons
You know what?
that are graded from that year.
Sam Elliott's T-shirt said in that movie?
No.
I don't know this guy.
No. Mustache rides, 5 cents.
Okay.
No, he stole that from me. All right. We'll go over the Patriots a little bit. Big news with the Bruins and the wonderful Boston Celtics. By the skin of their teeth, won a game yesterday. We'll be right back.
watched the game last night.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. Hardy, what's going on?
Patriots were in Miami, where bad things tend to happen to that team, even if they are self-inflicted.
Pop will widen his split with a snap, and again, flags falling, another false start.
Who?
2 possessions for the Patriots, 3 false starts already.
False start, number 59.
Oh, Jesus.
The second on Vadarian Lowe.
That's a 17th-year player, Calais Campbell, over him. 6'8". I'll get you leaning.
Yeah. 5 penalties on their first 15 snaps on offense.
Well, I think there were 6, but only 5 were accepted.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
Because there was one where they doubled up on one play.
Vadarian Lowe had 5 penalties by himself in the first half. That's your left tackle.
It was so bad. But believe it or not, they still got themselves in position to score, at least kick a field goal.
A 45-yard attempt. The snap is in place from the right hash. The kick is airborne to the upright, and that kick is off the right upright, and it lands short of the goal post.
When I tell you in the open, weird things happen here.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
If it's 3rd and 16 from the Miami 30, your best player on offense by far is your quarterback. You've driven downfield. You started on your own 13. It's 3rd and 16. Why do you give it to Stevenson up the middle? Why don't you at least? I'm not saying go for the end zone, but why don't you at least throw something underneath? The best case scenario. Like say Pop Douglas, best case scenario, he catches it over the middle, he's able to make a move and gets the first down. Worst case scenario, you pick up, 8, 9, 10 yards and you're in better situation for a field goal.
I think the reason was because the coaching staff saw that the offensive line was not playing well, even for them. They were really not playing well, and they didn't want to risk a sack. Honestly, I think that's why, because they figured he'd get sacked and take him out of field goal range.
I'll tell you this. I believe as a coach in the first quarter of a football game, that is terrible thinking regardless of the situation. It's just terrible thinking. You're so concerned about the 3 points against, by the way, an incredible offensive team. You're not going to win with field goals against Miami. You're in Miami where you can't win anyway. Regardless, I don't care if you're playing the Orlovsky Lions. You don't like being that conservative that you're afraid you're going to get sacked and get taken out of field goal range is nuts. And you'd have to really get sacked too. 45-yard field goal, you'd have to take a 12, 13-yard sack.
And if you're just
to get out of field goal range,
doing something underneath, you shouldn't really be risking a sack at that point. I don't know why they're not running more of those plays in general. It's either they don't have the timing down between May and the receivers, or they don't have a receiver that can run those routes consistently.
They have they have tight ends that can run those routes consistently, and Hooper can run those routes. Yeah. I mean,
timing seems to be a problem again. I mean,
but John, they're playing professional football. Like you can't.
He's a rookie, Fred.
They're problems.
He's not the problem. You guys just said he's not the problem. John said offensive line. You said receivers. You can drop back, get rid of the ball in 2.5 seconds, and get it to someone and at least pick up some yards.
See, part of it is, I saw Pop Douglas wide open again on the right side, and May airmailed him. He was by himself. Obviously, another miscommunication, following up the miscommunication on the game-ending interception a couple of weeks ago.
I know, but what I'm saying is fine. If you have a miscommunication, you throw an incomplete pass, you're in the same situation you were before you kicked the field goal. When you kick the field goal, it just is so. He's so conservative. He needs someone in his ear. He needs to rethink the way that he is taking chances. He really needs to get more aggressive, and not more aggressive in a Dan Campbell way either. More aggressive in that. You're playing a 1920 style of football at some point. At some points. He learned that from Belichick, by the way. He learned that from Belichick these last few years.
Which, by the way, works in large part when you already have a lead, or if you lose the lead, you can go down there and retake it. It doesn't work playing from behind. You can't play conservatively when you're 1, 2, 3 scores behind.
I was watching a game yesterday, and they said he wasn't concerned about the clock. Maybe it was Denver. I'll figure out what game it was. But team was up. Oh, I'll tell you what it was. It was I think it was the. It doesn't matter. Forget it. Go ahead. You do what you were doing.
Honestly, I think the personnel has a lot to do with this. I think he's coaching scared because he does not trust the people out on the field. I know we're going to get into this later at 7, but honestly, I'm not saying Mayo is a great head coach. He hasn't proven himself to be anything close to that, but I think in the job he has right now, he looks out on the field and goes, I don't know what the hell to expect. I'm going to be conservative because I don't trust these guys to be aggressive.
Haven't seen enough from them, and I do think it gets down to a
It's not aggressive
between them.
It's not aggressive throwing the ball in 3rd and 16. It's just not aggressive. And he'll say, well, they were playing back, and yeah, they were playing back because it was 3rd and 16. And congratulations, you got 3 yards with your keen, your keen reading of the defense.
I would agree with you. It's not aggressive. It's necessary on 3rd and 16, unless you're playing some other game, which is not to get beaten too badly. Then sure, then run the ball.
It was the Denver game. So Denver had the ball up 10 with 4 minutes left in the game. They ran the ball the first play. They got 5 yards. The second play, Knicks threw one 30 yards down the field, and they're like, wow, Peyton doesn't really care about the clock. And that's a team that should suck. That, just if you're taking out chances like that, why? I don't know.
Look across the field. Miami had, I think, 2 first downs for the game rushing. They kept throwing the ball even though they were up 2-3 touchdowns. They kept taking shots down the field up 2 or 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, and there's a lot of times that Tua is just getting the ball out of his hand right away. I mean, when their offense is really clicking, he's just getting the ball right out of his hand.
Yeah, they weren't running the football yesterday.
No.
They came to throw, and they threw at everybody.
It's just interesting that I just don't understand. I understand being conservative. Look, I understand that the way this team feels like they're going to win, even though I think it's changed a little bit with May, is that you're going to control the time of possession. You're going to try to keep scores low, and that's the way you're going to win. But even if you're doing that, it doesn't make any sense not to throw it on 3rd and long on that side of the field. On your side of the field, sure. Punt, flip field position, I get it. You don't want to throw it. You don't want a turnover. But there you don't do it. And by the way, your defense isn't so great anymore. And your best player, one of your top 2 players on this team is your quarterback, I'd say. Mm-hmm. So let him do something. You're going to lose the game anyway. I think even if you're going to win the game, you go for it. But whatever, that's a lot of talk about that. Go ahead. Well, you know what? Let's break. And we can come back. We can talk a little bit more about this. And then let's get a little bit into the Jim Montgomery situation.
And Celtics.
Yeah, the Celtics. I saw the end of that game. The Celtics, very lucky they won that game.
They made it exciting, didn't they?
They had 2 possessions that they couldn't get 2 points. I mean, Miami played them straight up. Or Minnesota played them straight up, and they couldn't score. And then Minnesota blew it at the end of the game.
I think that was pretty good defense at the end of the game.
Why didn't they just go? Why don't they just have Anthony Edwards just get
Jaylen Brown? Jaylen Brown did a good job. If you watch the play over again, you see Jaylen Brown cut him off on his drive on the left side. They forced Edwards to give it up. That's why it wound up in Naz Reid's hands at the end.
I'll take your word for it because it sounds like you watched it a couple times.
I did watch it,
and
yes.
I'm not going to argue with the kid who's always in wait, just waiting for something bad to happen to Grandy so he can get in there. I know what you're doing.
I know. I swear to God, I'm getting old waiting.
Yeah,
this is not good.
Yeah, every day he calls Grandy, and when Grandy answers the phone, he goes, "Damn it!"
I know. I have a voodoo doll. It's bad.
He calls area hospitals. He's like, "Hey, you're looking for a patient?" And then when they go, "He's not here," he goes,
"Yeah."
He hangs up the phone. All right, we'll be right back.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots are now 3-9. They lost to Miami down in South Florida yesterday, 34-15. Drake made 222 yards passing, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Tua Tagovailoa, 4 touchdown passes for the winners. Patriots will host Indianapolis this coming Sunday. As for the Celtics, they held off Minnesota 107-105 at TD Garden. Jaylen Brown, 29 points for the Celtics. Naz Reid missed a 3 from the top that would have won it for Minnesota at the buzzer. And the Celtics are right back at it tonight at home against the Clippers. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. And the Bruins will play Vancouver at the Garden tomorrow night. Yesterday, St. Louis fired head coach Drew Bannister and replaced him with Jim Montgomery. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Enjoy the game with the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, because when it's game time, it's Tully time. Please drink responsibly. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next updated
Never had to knock on wood, but I never had it yet.
Oh, you said you didn't want to hear more music in the morning. Okay. Here's more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Rolls to his right. He eludes the rush of Robinson. Throws off balance across his body. Wide open inside the 5. Hooper catches. Rises from a knee. And he lunges to the goal line. He's in for a touchdown.
The boy Drake May. That's why you leave your quarterback in the fourth quarter. Down this much. You make mistakes in the pocket. You got to get back out there and correct things.
Zolak's absolutely right. Absolutely right.
How much were they down? Oh, 31-0.
Yeah.
You guys wouldn't have pulled Drake May from that game, would you have?
I would have. Yeah.
Oh!
I would have pulled him.
You're out of your mind.
I would have pulled him. I was worried about him getting hurt yesterday. That offensive line had the worst day they've had all season.
If you're playing him, you got to play him. Anyway, and I would like to play him when things get loosey-goosey at the end of the game and maybe the defense is falling back a
Made
little
a
bit.
fantastic play, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, all right. So we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. We're talking the Patriots before we get into the Jim Montgomery situation. What's going on?
So that wasn't the only score of the game for the Patriots. It just wasn't the type of score that I wanted.
Malik Washington motions to the right. Handoff to right. Hit.
Go.
And a fumble. Picked up. And trying to stay on his feet. Gonzalez does. He races down the right side 30. 25-20. 15-10. Goodbye. Into the end zone. A scoop and score. Touchdown New England.
Why do you keep your balance? Christian Gonzalez here using the hand after the scoop. He got tripped up. Good play by the defense.
Scoop and score doesn't help me now. Had that been an interception, I would have cashed on the over.
That's
on the
right.
1.5
That's right.
interceptions on the season.
That's
He's
a good call.
got one.
What would have been great was if you had turned it on too late and saw Gonzalez running up the sideline. You're like, oh, winner, yeah. And then you saw the replay and you're like, oh.
Yeah. But then, a little aggression here, Fred.
Going for 2 with the shotgun snap from May. Quick throw left for Wood. He's going to toss it to Stevenson. Runs to the pylon. In for the touchdown. A little hook and lateral. And New England is close to 31-15.
I'll take that. A little more of that. For the game. All right. 2-score game, Robert. Feels like about a 10-score game.
Okay, now it did feel like a 10-score game, but Dizzo was absolutely right. It's a 2-score game and 16 points. And at that point, I was drawn back in. My attention had, let's just say, waned. I couldn't.
Whoa!
31-0. How can you pay attention?
That's like telling me that week 17 last year you tuned out a little bit on that Jets Pats game going on in the bad weather.
A little bit I did. And
that's hard to believe.
There's kind of a chance until there wasn't.
May to take the shotgun snap, dropping back again. Blitz. Ramsey comes, same spot as previous time, and it throws intercepted underneath by the linebacker Tyrell Dodson. Jalen Ramsey. Twice in the second half has blitzed from deep to the quarterback's right.
Ramsey tipped the ball as Drake threw it. That's a hell of an interception.
Yeah, okay, so that ball was tipped. It's not May's fault anyway. But second of all, if you throw an interception at the end of the game when you're down that much, that's not an interception when you all know it.
No.
I heard someone knocking May a little bit yesterday. And
for that pick?
Oh, no.
Including that pick.
Oh, God.
And for numerous reasons, it was tipped. And everyone knows when you're out of it at the end of the game and you're just chucking it around, you're taking chances you wouldn't take when games are close.
It's just one of those things where the offensive line or the offense itself, its inability to handle edge rushers. Both tackles had a bad day, and there was no communication on blitzes, no underneath route, no bailout pattern that May could have zipped the ball to get himself out of harm's way. Just an all-around horrendous day for the offense. Just really, really bad. 2 or 3 steps back from where they've been the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and Miami's a team that now it looks like might make the playoffs given everything that else is going on and the failures of some other teams in that conference. Yeah, you just don't have the personnel, and also they're in an interesting. We'll get to it at 7, but they're in an interesting position with Van Pelt. They really are, because you don't want to interrupt May's development by bringing someone else in, but you also have to question the way this offense is being called, and we have enough of a sample size now where it's a bit of a situation.
Yeah, and the conversation will become, is that Alex Van Pelt? Is it the direction of the head coach? But we're going to talk more about that at 7 o'clock.
Well, it's certainly not. It's not Mayo. I mean, maybe that conservative calls on 4th down are Mayo, but
if the overall philosophy of the team is to go out there and not get beaten too badly, then that's going to inform the offensive play caller.
Fair enough.
All right, let's talk about the Celtics yesterday, who Jaylen Brown got things going for that team in a big way.
Tatum in the front court, shovels ahead to Jaylen. Why not try for 3 in a row? Got it. And Jaylen Brown, who entered the game 14 of his last 68 from 3, is 3 for 3.
And went on to go 5 for 5 to open up the scoring for the Celtics yesterday, where they were taking on Minnesota. At one point, Wally, they had a big lead. You ever seen this in an NBA game where a team will have a big lead, well into the second half?
Tillman picks up a loose ball, collects the garbage, drives in and scores with the left hand after Pritchard had it knocked away. So we're at 79-60, Boston by 19, a 24-6 run to get their largest lead.
Fantastic.
That was a 79. That turned out to be their largest lead of the game.
It
right
was.
there.
4 minutes left in the third quarter.
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong? Well, nothing went wrong. It's just the NBA, and Minnesota comes crawling back, and they had to rely on Jaylen Brown once again.
Drew Holiday for Jaylen Brown stepping into the play. His 3, dream! Jaylen Brown began the day by knocking down 5 consecutive threes, and with the money on the table and 75 seconds on the clock, he hits the one we may remember.
You know who remembers that? Derek White made that happen.
Now, there was another score from Minnesota to make it 107-105, and the ending sequence of that game, didn't love it.
Last 2 possessions for the Celtics. Not a lot of ball movement.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't love the execution.
Yeah,
no.
what happened is that the Celtics were up by 2. Were they up by 4 the first time on the first possession? Yes,
they were up by 4.
Celtics were up by 4.
Yes.
Minnesota, good defense. They can't score. Rebound. Minnesota 2 points. That was Randall, right? Randall 2 points. It doesn't matter. And then Celtics get the ball back. There's very little time left. Not enough time to run the clock out, but close to it. I thought maybe Minnesota fouls. They don't. They play them straight up. Again, the Celtics can't score. Minnesota gets the ball back.
They wind up with a very deep contested 3.
Well, they call timeout twice they have 2 timeouts left. They call up timeout twice to advance the ball. They get it to Anthony Edwards. They have plenty of time. Anthony Edwards, as John said, and I will take his word for it because he's keeping himself ready. He's like a boxer in jail. He's doing as many exercises. He's doing like 1,000 push-ups a day in his cell just to keep in shape. But I'll take John's word for it. Jaylen Brown cut off Anthony Edwards. He flips it to the top, and it's a 3 that didn't stand a chance. And there you go. The Celtics walk away with the win. And I am very, very happy with the way the world's going because this Alexander Walker fella is just one of many basketball players who seem to have kept both names, the names of both parents, which I find,
nice.
Shea Gillis Alexander.
Yep.
You have,
Yep, we do.
I mean, it's just nice.
You like Nikhil Alexander Walker?
I just like that there's a hyphen. That just
Okay.
no one's. This isn't the guy with the balls. Is not the one that means the most.
Okay.
The lady whose stomach I was in means something too.
Yeah.
Right, Adam. Why are your child's last names not hyphenated? Seems like something that you'd want.
I don't even
Answer
know how
that,
to
Adam.
answer that.
Why not?
That was such a left turn right there.
Because doesn't Adam seem like someone who would hyphenate a last name? Like, honey, come on. You put your name ahead of mine.
You did all the work.
Yeah, you did all the work.
And my part was fun. Nudge, nudge.
Or was it? When you're trying hard enough, it ain't getting fun no more. It's all you can do to just make it happen.
For you, again,
Mount me.
Give me your seed.
The phone says it's time.
What's the movie with Matthew Broderick? Election.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Awful. Patting him on the back.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Me.
That's
Ugh.
right.
What happened?
You never seen that movie, Fred?
I have. I don't know where
His
he's
wife
can't-
gets baby crazy in this movie.
You can't. Yeah, you can't repeat any of the phrases.
No,
We'll be
you
in trouble.
can't.
And they're not even dirty. They're just explicit.
Yeah. And it's so it's just
Okay,
off-putting.
I'll tell you a very quick story about when I was
Something
getting...
he would say to a gas station attendant.
Yeah, there you go.
Fill her up.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah. So what I'll say is my daughter was very easy to conceive, but my son, his mother was having some trouble with the app that was to tell you when you were ovulating or whatever the term is, whatever the thing is, ovulating, I guess.
Ripe.
Yes, and she had screwed that thing all up, so it was taking forever, and we didn't know what was going on, and we were at my parents' house. In my parents' house, we sleep in the basement, which is not really a basement. It's like the first floor of the house.
The root cellar.
And there you can hear them pounding, like when they walk, you can hear them pounding, having sex themselves. No, you can hear them boom, 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 boom. So she's like, it's time. And I'm like, ugh. All right. And then like I get into the room and then all I hear is cree, and the door goes beep, beep, beep when they open because they're old and they need to know if someone leaves. And you're beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. And I'm like, look, I don't want to do this right now. Just give me a second. And she's like, what? And I'm like, okay. And this is before phones. And
so you couldn't pull up any pornography to help you?
I could, but not on my phone. So what I did is I went to my dad's office, which was like on the same level. I shut the door and I started to watch pornography.
Oh, I thought you went to his bookshelf.
Yeah, and I picked up the 82 jugs. And so I go to the look at the pornography. And I'm sitting there and I'm like and I'm just looking at it too. I'm not doing anything else. And all of a sudden, are you looking at porn? Are you looking at porn? And I went, this is such fun. I can't wait. Let's have a kid, hooray.
My question is, did you erase the browser history after you left? You just left that there for your father to discover?
Oh, yeah, my father's very savvy. He would have known exactly what was going on.
Okay.
He would have known. My dad would have been able to. His attention to detail with that stuff is almost unbelievable.
By accident, he hits the last button, and there it is. Poof, right in front of him.
He wouldn't even know what it was.
Okay.
He wouldn't even know what it was. He would just have this big picture of Nixon in his head.
Did you end up doing the deed there in the basement?
That day, yeah, probably. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Made the
I had
beast
such
with
fun.
two backs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all when you're trying to have a kid. It's all missionary,
it's straight up
baby.
missionary.
It's missionary, baby, because that's how you have the kid.
Yeah.
And you have a boy when you're really getting in there.
Okay.
That's when you have the boy.
All right. Oh.
When you have the girls, when it's on the other side of it. You know what I'm saying?
No. Could you?
You're further away than when you have a child. You're in the motion that's further away, they say, when you have the girl and when you're.
Is there any validity to any of that? Positions?
I don't know. I asked
stuff?
Dr. Oz in a newspaper column.
I read about Dr. Oz over the weekend that said, because this author is like, I can't stand the guy. He's like such a blah, blah, blah. But the one thing that always nags at me is that he is a remarkably good surgeon, like a world-renowned.
Yeah, he got famous by being a good surgeon, right?
Without question, to this day, still has, surgical. What do you call it when you get
chops?
No. When you have the ability to go into a hospital, you still have
credentials.
AIDS.
Yeah, yeah. surgical privileges, whatever, at like big hospitals because
yeah.
he has performed some of the most amazing and still mind-blowing surgeries. And they're like, oh, yeah, he could still do it right now. The guy's incredible.
I interviewed him at the Super Bowl, and he was a delight. He was a delightful man when I interviewed him. I'm not sure why we're supposed to hate him either. I know he got some Trump appointee thing, but he's another one of these guys that I've just been told to hate, but I'm not sure why.
Well, just TV doctors in general.
No. I think there's something specific about him. Like he didn't like something that everyone was all about. I don't know.
No.
But, he's one of these guys, like, just out of my own ignorance. I don't know why we're supposed to hate him, but that's just, like, kind of the dialogue. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. We'll get a little bit more in depth with the Patriots. If you got a thought on things, 617-779-0995. In fact, do you blame personnel or coaching is one way to start. And if you're reevaluating this whole thing in the offseason, where do you stand right now? 617-779-0985.
The Miami Dolphins had almost 20 plays of 10 yards or more. They scored 24 points in the second quarter and had no trouble with the Patriots yesterday in South Florida, beating them 34-15. Tua Tagovailoa remained unbeaten in his career against the Patriots by throwing 4 touchdown passes. Christian Gonzalez had a fumble return for a score, but it happened far too late.
Where did you see them give you guys the most trouble?
Yeah, I mean, I think they, came out with their game plan. It started really fast, and, we didn't match their intensity defensively, and, they were able to come out and, hit their goals.
Patriots are now 3-9. They're back home to play Indianapolis this Sunday in their final game before the bye week. The Colts were beaten by Detroit yesterday 24-6. They're 5-7. The LA Chargers host Baltimore tonight. The Celtics now have 18 straight home wins over Minnesota. They hung on for a 107-105 victory at TD Garden last night. Jaylen Brown scored 29 points. Jason Tatum added 26 for the Celtics in this one. And then they had to sweat out a Naz Reid three-point attempt at the buzzer that would have won it for the Timberwolves. Celtics also play again tonight at home against the Clippers. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins play Vancouver at the Garden tomorrow night, but there is some news surrounding their former head coach. The St. Louis Blues fired Drew Bannister yesterday morning, hired Jim Montgomery to replace him, and then signed him to a 5-year contract. And ESPN reported yesterday that after meeting with the Red Sox and at least 5 other teams, top baseball free agent Juan Soto will begin accepting contract offers this week. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Catches Law. Injured and can't work? Turn to Catches Law, the official law firm of the New England Patriots, to tackle your needs. With local attorneys who live and serve here in New England, let Catches fight for you. Go to catcheslaw.com to book your free consultation. I'm John Wallach of Boston Tone for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
When sports news breaks in Boston,
officially from the Boston Bruins,
it breaks here.
Boston Bruins general manager Don Sweeney announced today, November 19th, the team has relieved Jim Montgomery of his duties as head coach.
For the latest updates,
Associate coach Joe Sacco will assume interim head coaching duties.
And the analysis.
To me, this isn't enough. I think they got to shake up the locker room.
Stay right here.
We'll see how this goes.
Boston's home for breaking sports news. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Half toucher.
Dressed like a gorilla.
Half Hardy.
A big, beautiful ball of flame.
And a whole lot of Boston sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider.
Bob will widen his split with a snap, and again, flags falling, another full start.
Who?
2 possessions for the Patriots, 3 full starts already.
False start, number 59.
Oh, Jesus.
Second on Valerian Lowe.
Second down.
A 45-yard attempt. The snap is in place from the right hash. The kick is airborne to the upright, and that kick is off the right upright, and it lands short of the goalpost.
What I tell you, Neil, weird things happen here.
3rd and 15, and May is in trouble.
74.
Down he goes. Another sack. And this one belongs
4-man rush
to the Dolphins, Emmanuel Ogba. No stranger to a sack. That's his 4th of this season.
Oh, Michael Jordan.
Shotgun snap. It's a throwback for Kendrick Bourne. Looking to throw. He's going to toss it downfield, and the pass is going to skip in front of Ramon Ray Stevenson. Even if he caught it, would have been tackled perhaps right there on the spot. The Patriots,
comment
again,
on that one?
play.
Where would you evaluate that play? Like, you had to make an evaluation.
I think I put that one away.
I'd say high school hokey.
The Dolphins win again here in South Florida. The final 10 seconds elapse in a 34-15 final.
Well, we're no world beater. I know that.
Oh. My clipped wings.
There's that stupid song.
This is Losing My Religion, right?
Wow.
It is, right?
No, it's Bang and Bling.
It's not You Losing My Religion?
No.
No, but you.
How the hell is this not Losing My Religion? It's Losing My Religion.
Trying to keep up with you, and I don't know if I can do it.
Oh my God, which song came out first?
This one.
Really?
No, this is second. This is from Monster, Losing My Religion.
Oh, so it is REM.
Out of Time, isn't it?
So they stole their own
You're the
song.
REM guy. Yeah, pretty much recycling.
Yeah,
all
they've
right.
done it before. By the way, Strange Currencies is essentially that Everybody Hurts.
Which is every
that's
doo-wop
every
song
song
from the 50s. Right?
Yeah, that's everybody who sits in front of a piano that's played it twice. All right, we are Toucher and Hardy, Brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. The Patriots obviously lost 34-15 yesterday at Miami. People don't like Ben Volen, and this is another situation. It happens a lot in my life, and I'm starting to realize that people don't like Ben Volen. I'm not positive why. I know why people don't like Tomasi, and I'm not saying it's legitimate. I know they don't like Tomasi because of the Spygate stuff.
Thing, yeah.
So, like, whatever on that. But I don't – Volen's never done that, to my knowledge. I don't know. Maybe people like him, and it's just, like, people on the internet. But anyway, he has an article about the Patriots might want to reevaluate the hiring of Mayo, which every team should reevaluate their coach at the end of the year. He says, I want to go kind of point by point with this. The blowout loss to the Dolphins is the type that should make Kraft reevaluate everything about the future of his franchise, whether Alex Van Pelt is the right man for developing the team's golden asset, Drake May. Now, here is what's interesting about that. Is Alex Van Pelt is obviously not a inventive or he's never going to be a star offensive coordinator. However, he did play quarterback, and Drake May, according to everyone around the league, going into this game was saying he's forget the physical stuff. He's and leading huddles and everything else he's doing well. He's processing. He's not being fooled. This is what Rams coaches were telling Gasper. I heard Gasper in the pregame telling Gasper after the game last week. He was saying he's processing things. We weren't fooling him before pre-snap. Mm-hmm. He was reading things well. He was putting the ball in places where it needed to be. So that's the most fascinating thing to me about the offseason is because we all know that you can screw up a quarterback by giving him too many offensive coordinators. In fact, if you look at a list of failed quarterbacks, I guarantee you they have more than a couple offensive coordinators. So do you take a shot on a guy who's extremely inventive and is going to do unique things to put you in opportunities to win, or do you keep another year with the guy who has been successfully developing your quarterback? That's going to be a fascinating question.
So, obviously, there are lessons to be learned from what happened with Mac Jones and the changing of his offensive coordinator. And
happens all the time. Bad teams draft quarterbacks, fire coaching staffs, throw a bunch of stuff at the kid, and then the kid ends up failing.
Right. What I would say is you can't make the mistake again of hiring somebody completely inept for the job. And I can't imagine the Patriots doing that again. I can't imagine any NFL team making a gaffe to the extent that the Patriots made when they hired Matt Patricia to be the offensive coordinator for that team.
No, that was the kind of guy that would take a photo on the beach with a 24-year-old dressed as a fisherman that had caught her dressed as a mermaid. That's a lunatic.
70 minutes. Made it 70 minutes.
Okay, so where do you stand on that, Alex Van Pelt coming back?
Go ahead.
Both of you, just say.
Good. I think he will be. I think he should be back next year for
Bring him back.
continuity's sake.
I agree. Yeah. And I don't want to start screwing around with that. Again, this season.
Specifically for that reason. They might bring in another qualified guy, but don't put the kid through another change.
Exactly. And I get that remember, this kid was very, very raw. And you did the right thing by sitting him, obviously. You did the right thing by playing him. Shame on me, obviously. And all of it's working.
There's something to be said about a smoothly bringing this kid along to the point where he is now.
There's something to be said about this guy's main job was to develop Drake May, and he's doing it. It's easy in the course of a season to see bad losses and see, poor coaching decisions and go, But going into this season, before week one, if we put the question out there to Patriots fans, even those who wanted to draft Marvin Harrison and were saying how dumb it was to draft a quarterback, which a lot of you did, and I asked, would you rather have Drake May be developing well or win 6 games? Every one of you almost would have taken Drake May. Now, next question. So he says, whether they keep Alex Van Pelt, and he says whether Elliott Wolf should be picking the players next offseason. I'll answer that question for you. He drafted Drake May. He wasn't going to go crazy in free agency. It doesn't seem like Polk was a good draft pick. Everything else is up in the air. if you draft May, that buys you a lot of time. Not only is Elliott Wolf not going to get fired this offseason, Elliott Wolf's not going to get fired next offseason either. I can assure you of that. You pick the quarterback, that buys you like 5 years.
Yeah.
So you can forget about it. I mean, you can waste ink on it as much as you want, but it ain't happening. Whether DeMarcus Covington is the best leader to run the defense fair, he might be gone.
So
or whether Mayo is the right man, because I think they will fire Covington, and whether Mayo is the right man to lead the Patriots into the future.
But they're not going to fire Mayo after a year.
No, they're
either.
not going to fire Mayo after a year.
So if you come down on the side that it is as much coaching as it is personnel right now, because I think it's both. When
you think it's as much coaching as personnel?
I disagree with that. I think it's more personnel.
I mean, they had Bill Belichick last year and won 4 games.
And the roster this year is more than a little worse than last year, and they're going to equal that win total.
Well, if Belichick's the best coach of all time and this team won 4 games, even if you vastly improve the talent on the roster, I mean, it's not going to be as coached as well.
Well, they need to come up with a new overall game plan for what is important for this team and how they're going to be able to not necessarily, have a winning record even next year, but not embarrass themselves and put themselves in position with these pre-snap penalties and the false starts and all that stuff, because that's as much as it is bad football players, that's bad coaching.
But if you give a new coach who's really got very little coaching experience a bad roster, you have to expect games like this. I know for people like us that are forced to watch the games, and for fans who want to watch the games, that it's very frustrating. But it's also completely unfair because the guy didn't have, the Texans, they didn't have some huge run with a rookie quarterback. That was a team with some talent on it. You can't be. Now, listen, John and I were talking about this before the show. Is Mayo going to be the coach of this team in 3 or 4 years? No,
he's not.
Because coaches don't last that long.
And the guy who replaces the guy is never the guy who succeeds.
In any industry.
Pete Carroll, a Hall of Fame head coach, lasted 3 years here because he replaced Parcells.
Yes, and usually your first coaching job is, I guarantee you Mayo gets another chance to coach a team, but it ain't going to be here. That I could tell you. Wait a second. Victor, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So, Elliott Wolf, you just said he drafted Drake May. Drake May was the only quarterback left, that echelon that was available. So, don't tell me that you drafted him. He was just the guy left.
Okay, Victor.
Every other pick after Drake May, tell me what have they done.
Victor, let's address Drake May. Okay, Victor, let's address this.
Yeah.
The Giants wanted to trade up for Drake May. There were teams that were willing to give up a lot of picks for Drake May. They evaluated Drake May as being worth taking in that position. Victor, I applaud you for wanting Drake May, because I can tell you by hosting this show, there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that wanted
every other pick after that?
The Patriots wanted the Patriots to trade the pick and then move down and take a receiver.
Okay, and what about the receiver they drafted? Tell me
he's not good.
Players. What about the line choices? The drafting for the line.
It's way too early to tell.
Oh, come on, guys.
And what do you want him to knock out 3rd and 4th round lineman picks that they're going to be starters in the NFL?
Rounds. No, but you're making it seem like they targeted Drake May, and that's what they wanted.
Targeted
that's
Drake
the guy
May.
That was left.
They targeted Drake May. They targeted him.
I understand that other teams wanted to trade up, but we knew we needed a quarterback. At the end of the day, we needed a quarterback.
If they didn't like Drake May, they would have traded down. If they didn't think Drake May was worth it, I mean, look, it goes Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, then Justin Fields sat there until the 7th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Look, man, whatever it is, fine. They had to take Drake May. It doesn't change the narrative that if you are a GM and you pick that quarterback, that buys you an awful lot of time.
No, don't back off of that. Don't back off of that. But there were other options available to him.
I thought I covered that, but here's the deal. Also, what I said is true. It goes both ways. If you're the GM and you draft a quarterback and the quarterback ends up being good, that buys you a little bit of time. People aren't GMs of teams for decades and decades, right? Elliott Wolf will get fired, but that buys you time. if you whiff on the quarterback, you're almost certainly going to get fired soon.
Yes.
So hitting the quarterback is the most important thing he could do. And hitting the quarterback for this team gives this team hope and a chance to be a playoff team as early as next year. That's not crazy. A chance to be a 9-win team, that's not insane. That's not insane. Is it going to happen? Who knows? But I wouldn't bet $1 million on them not winning 9 games. Like, I don't think it's going to happen. But by having the quarterback, it expedites this process a ton.
The roster on the offensive side is atrocious. And
Chuck
so
Woolery died.
Yes, that happened yesterday.
Go ahead.
At 83 years old, very sad.
Well, that's no good.
But yes, the offensive skill positions are terrible. The offensive line is really bad. And by the way, even if Cole Strange were playing left guard, the offensive line would be really, really bad.
And what's interesting is like
you got to improve that.
How are they going to improve the offense? Here's what I don't get: how is the offensive line going to be good this year? Andrews got hurt. How is the offensive line going to be good this year? What could have Elliott Wolf done? It's all Belichick's fault. What could Elliott Wolf done in an offseason? You want him to get Tyron Smith in free agency and go, here, 99-year-old man, you want to play left tackle and you blow anyway?
At best, you have Onwenu and Andrews. Strange wasn't great when he was healthy.
No, and they're thinking about moving him to center.
Right.
Did you see that?
A lot of people forget that. Strange was mediocre at best for a long period of time, and the 2 tackles have been bad. Wolf didn't address that. He needs to do that this coming off season.
But what the hell was he supposed to do? People are like, why didn't you find a left tackle in the draft? When? Elite left tackles go in the first round of the draft.
If you're going to take Drake May and you're going to go wide receiver with your second pick, you're out of luck.
And he whiffed on the receiver. He obviously whiffed on that receiver. He's not fast. He's not quick. No. He's supposed to be. It was a bad pick.
It's okay, and it's okay to ask questions, but the money that they have left over and some of the decisions they made beyond Drake May, who they took at 3rd. That conversation, that was one that I heard, and that whole thing about Mac Jones when he was playing well in his first season. And people tried to give the Patriots credit for taking Mac Jones. I said, no. That's when you point the finger and say, they didn't make any decision. They took the 5th frickin' quarterback, and it appeared for a minute that they got lucky in making that pick, which they did not. Or if they did, they screwed it all up with what they did at the OC position after that.
But going back to the beginning of this conversation, it's not coaching. It's much more personnel than it is coaching, what you're seeing on the field here.
And is Mayo going to be a good head coach in the NFL? Chances are no, because how many good coaches are there in the NFL?
Yeah, most guys aren't.
And will he be the coach? I bet you he's not the coach of this team in 3 years. I bet you he'll be an NFL coach again in his life. I mean, we used to have him in. I mean, he had success in other endeavors, business endeavors. He's a bright guy. He's a charismatic guy. He obviously played the position. I don't doubt that he's kills in interviews and stuff like that. But I mean, you're going to have growing pains. And look, Mayo's probably not the greatest coach in NFL history, and that's the way it's going to be. But nothing's going to change this offseason except I think they're going to fire their defensive coordinator. And they probably should, because the defense should be better. And Mayo can't be sitting there worrying about the defense. He's got to lead this team. He's got to be a CEO, and he's got to have 2 coordinators he trusts. So we're kind of all on the same page to sum up. You bring back Van Pelt next season because the biggest thing he's doing is developing Drake May, and then maybe you make a decision after next season to go with a more X's and O's competent coach. You guys agree you probably fire the defense coordinator this offseason?
To get back to me at the end of the year. I'm not convinced of that.
And I'm not convinced. I just think that's a big possibility. And then you're not getting rid of your GM after one season where you drafted Drake May. That's just not going to happen. He might get fired again a couple seasons from now. It ain't going to be soon. All right. We'll be back in just a moment with our friend Mike Reiss, who will answer everyone's questions.
You're listening to Toucher and to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Yeah, the fumble, just find a way to protect the football and go down, or find a way to get it out. I think maybe could have spun out of it, and kind of reversed out of it, and maybe could have escaped it. But other than that, just can't try to swim move the guy with the football. It's just bad. Protect the football. We preached it all week, and I didn't do that out there. And the interception, just trying to check it down and happen to get tipped. So I'm not too worried about that.
Hey, is there a sponsor for him?
You should have it on your pile there. So I gave it to Hardy by accident.
I don't have it.
I left it for you.
Mike Reiss is ESPN's NFL Nation reporter covering the Patriots. It's brought to you by DM Van Lines. Moving your home or business and need a recommendation from someone? How about a recommendation from almost the entire staff here at the Sports Hub and the Sports Hub itself? Yeah, they moved the station.
And me.
DMVanlines.com. Mike joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline.
Mike Reiss, you can't throw it like that because Adam needs that back. He likes to keep
I threw
those.
it to where he can easily grab it. You think I just threw it willy-nilly?
And what's funny is he's going to grab it and probably hand it to the wrong person the next time.
Yeah, it doesn't
I
matter.
owe you a blueberry coffee, Hardy. Thanks for bailing me out.
What you owe is DN Van Lines because obviously they were like, let the moneymaker, let the guy with the recent history that's got everyone going crazy do it. Mike Reiss, of course, everyone knows Mike Reiss. Mike Reiss, hello, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Fred, Hardy, John. How are we doing this morning?
We're doing very well, and as the season goes on and gets more like drudgery, we've decided that for something that we want to do with you the next time that you're on is that we will play clips of bands and ask you if you have seen them live. And
Fun.
Yes. Well, that should make that a promo because Toucher and Hardy. Fun.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be fun also.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll do that for you. Mike, listen, the team is very, very, very conservative. What were some times yesterday, if any, that you thought they should have done things a little differently and maybe been a little more aggressive?
Well, Fred, first of all, I would just say everything's fair game this morning, right? The team plays like that. I think fans deserve better than that, and all the criticism is warranted. I think there are some games where you lose because the other team outperforms you, and then there's others where you just self-destruct so obviously that you didn't even give yourself a chance. So be more aggressive, be less aggressive. Like, honestly, this goes back to fundamentals to me, Fred. Like, just line up and don't false start. Line up correctly behind the ball. Don't jump into the neutral zone on defense. These are things that are very elementary, and they couldn't execute those, and so they had no business winning the game. It's as Devon Godchow said in the locker room after the game, embarrassing.
Have you ever seen, and you've been following the Patriots a long, long time, you've seen bad teams. Have you ever seen an offensive lineman commit 5 penalties in one half? And have you ever seen a wide receiver commit 2 offensive pass interference penalties in the same game?
So, John, I should have probably looked back on that. I can't recall it. I think the thing that stood out about these penalties are sometimes you get, 2 or 3 holding penalties because the referees are calling it tight, and you might say, is that really a hold? 3 false starts? I actually think we've seen it, in some other games around the league where, the officials have a point of emphasis, right? And they're trying to nip it in the bud, but this was not that. I mean, this was just a lack of focus, attention to detail, very, very rare and inexcusable.
Okay, how much of that do you think is coaching and how much of that is personnel related?
Yeah. I listened to I've never played, obviously, Fred. So when Christian Fourier was talking last night on the Fifth Quarter show on Channel 4 that I'm part of, and he's a player. And so like his perspective matters to me because he's done it. I haven't. He says that's on the player. And so that was interesting for me to hear from a former player. I guess I look at it and say it's probably a little bit of both, right? So the players once the ball is, spotted and you got to play the play, it's up to the player to do it. But what is the culture within the team? What is the repercussion that players know could happen to them if they make multiple mistakes? And if there's no fear of repercussions for making mistakes, maybe there's a part of that on the coaching. And that's something that I think you got to look at when you have 6 pre-snap penalties in the first half, 13 penalties overall. To just say that that coaching isn't part of that it would be hard for me to reconcile. And I think Gerard Mayo said it after the game. It starts with him.
Yeah, certainly. But I just real quickly, because this is going to be something. Look, going into the season, we knew the team wasn't going to be very good. Going into the season, we wanted Drake May to develop. That's been happening. So, but I understand as this team loses, how they lose matters. Is that so? That's going to be the narrative, I guess, for the rest of the season, because all these things that happen, the sacks, the penalties, the inability to stop people on defense, this is all going to be a debate on how much of this is personnel and how much of this is coaching. How are the coordinators? Because Mayo's not going anywhere. Do you think the coordinators are on notice now? Where do you stand? What are you hearing? What's going on with that?
So on the personnel thing, Fred, I'm glad you mentioned it, because right before I came on, I wrote down some notes and I said, okay, if we go through their personnel and ask the question, who would be starting on another team? I think that's a good exercise.
It's a great exercise.
Okay.
How many people would that be?
Well, offensively, I'm going to do my quick punch list here, and I'm curious if you guys agree. Quarterback, yes, Drake May. Running back, Ramondre Stevenson, yes.
Yes.
Tight end, Hunter Henry, yes.
Yes.
Offensive line, of the 5 offensive linemen, 1, Micah Wenu, the right guard.
Sure.
And the penalties yesterday in the offensive linemen were on the low with 4 of them, and Jacobs with 2 of them. I mean, they fall in the other category. And receiver, if you go top 3 receivers, maybe 1 if you want to put Top Douglas as your slot.
No.
Okay. All right. So between, if we have 8 players between the 5 offensive linemen and the top 3 receivers, we got 1. We just picked 1 between the 4 of us that would start for another team.
And where do you stand on Van Pelt? Obviously, teams don't want to keep switching coordinators with a young quarterback. If his job mainly is to develop Drake May, look, we all know Van Pelt's not some innovative offensive guru. Do you think it's important, because of the positive development of Drake May, to keep Van Pelt and have that consistency?
I probably fall in that category, Fred. I do. And I think it's hard. I was trying to make an analogy. If I'm a house builder, like you asked me to go build a house, but you don't give me what I need to build it. Like, it's hard. So that's probably where, yes, I lean in not to sit on the fence.
Okay.
Yes.
So the defense, though, was supposed to be good. I understand there are people missing and injuries and stuff like that. And I understand Belichick's the best defensive coach of all time. Do you think Covington's job is in jeopardy based on the way the defense is played?
That one, like let's go through the personnel on that, like we did on offense. Can we do that?
Absolutely.
Because I think that helps. So we'll start from the back end forward. So I think safety, of the 2 safeties, I'd say 1, Kyle Duggar, right? And we know Peppers isn't there. Would be 2 probably if Peppers was there, but he's not there. Corner, of the top 3, I could make a case of 2.
Yes.
Gonzalez, Marcus Jones, John Jones. I think you can win with those 3. So 2 to 3. Linebacker gets a little dicey. Maybe 1 between Anthony Jennings and Jelani Tavai.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess no one would look, if they were free agents, they wouldn't break the bank, but whatever. Yeah, there's a lack of talent at linebacker. Go ahead.
And then defensive line, I'd say between, Godchow, Barmore, Keon White, because I'm including him there, probably 3.
Right.
So,
but you don't have a very good pass rusher, let alone elite. You don't have a guy who's a disruptor.
White started that way, but has faded recently. His teams have been paying attention to him.
He's not that guy. I mean, White was probably a good pick where he was taken, but White's not like a disruptor. He's not a high end edge rusher. No.
Yeah, and so Fred, I think to wrap it up, I think personnel-wise, I see more on the defense than I do on the offense. And so that, to answer your question, I would have expected a little more from the defense based on that. Obviously, some guys are in and out. You're missing Juwan Bentley, but I don't think that's an excuse. The defense I want to dig into a little more because that's concerning to me. That was non-competitive at times yesterday. Oh, yeah. Shouldn't have been.
It's a tough exercise, Mike, when you're talking about the personnel versus the coaching, whether it's offense or defense, because when you talk about a well-coached team, you're talking about a team that doesn't make a lot of unforced errors. They don't have the pre-snap penalties, but you could easily turn around and say, well, good players don't make those types of mistakes. So it's just easier to coach good players. So maybe the coaching isn't that much different on other teams. They just have players that are easier to coach and don't make those mistakes inherently. You could go back and forth on this, but I think where I end up landing on it is you certainly need to improve aspects of the personnel, starting with the offensive line. And yeah, you could probably deal with a couple of upgrades in a couple of key coaching positions. I don't think we're going to get them in the next year or two, but down the road, that's probably what it's going to take. It's going to take a bit of both.
And I sort of look at it this way, guys. I'm curious what you think. There are certain points in the season that are sort of flashpoints, and I thought after the London game against the Jaguars, that was one of them, where Gerard Mayo talked about the team playing soft, and I thought the team responded fairly well from that. The last 4 games prior to this one, they were competitive. I thought they were playing a brand of football that you could look at and say, they're building a little something here. And then came yesterday, which I thought was a major step back. And so now, to me, you got 5 games left. My question is, can they get it back going to what we saw the prior 4 games, which certainly wasn't perfect, but it was, I thought, a representative brand of football that makes you think better days could be ahead? Or is this a sign of deeper trouble ahead? And if they tail off sharply here, the final 5 games of the season, like this discussion we're having is going to keep going, and it's going to be pretty intense.
Okay, final question. Elliot Wolf drafted Drake May. I feel that buys him a lot of time, and I think that you would agree. Do you agree with that, just yes or no?
I do.
Okay. So Polk looks like he's not going to be an upper half NFL receiver, but who knows? Do you feel that it's not? Do you think it's not too early to say Wolf screwed up the rest of the draft? Or do you need more time for that? And do you look at this last year's draft as a success regardless of what else happens because they got May?
So I do. I know some people think it's a no-brainer to take May. I think that's revisionist history myself.
Completely revisionist history. Go
yeah,
ahead.
and I understand. I respect that people view it differently. So that, yes, Fred, I think this is the hardest thing right now. You look at the draft, and other than Drake May, it's hard to really defend it. But there are so many examples around the league of, players come on year 2, year 3. I'm thinking of Julian Edelman. Like, if we judged him, and I know you can cherry pick different things, like he didn't come on till his 4th or 5th year. So stuff like that, those are hard conversations for me to judge after 12 games, but that's what we do. We got to. And right now, the facts are the facts. They're not getting much out of their draft class other than Drake.
Yeah, I just look. Polk looks like he was a little bit of a bust. But I mean, you got linemen that you took later in the draft, and I'm not ready to say that they're not. They couldn't develop into at least capable backups, and then everything else after that's kind of a crapshoot anyway. All right, listen. I think people are being too hard on Wolf. I'd be overjoyed if I was a Patriots fan knowing that he drafted Drake May. All right, listen. Mike Reiss, you're so wonderful. We always keep you late. Thank you for the time. Enjoy yourself. Watch, read him on ESPN. Thanks, Mike.
All right, appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of the show.
Thanks,
All
man.
right,
See you, Mike.
and in the next break, we're just going to hand things over to Hardy. He's got some things he needs to get off his chest. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots got blown out in South Florida by the Miami Dolphins yesterday, 34-15. Tua Tagovailoa, 4 touchdown passes for the winners. Patriots are 3-9. Their final game before the bye week is Sunday at home against Indianapolis. Colts are 5-7. They lost to Detroit yesterday, 24-6. Celtics almost blew a 19-point third quarter lead, but hung on to beat Minnesota yesterday at TD Garden, 107-105. Naz Reid, the Timberwolves center, missed a three-pointer at the top that would have won it for the visitors at the buzzer. Jaylen Brown scored a game-high 29 points for the Celtics. They host the Clippers this evening. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. And the Bruins are off until tomorrow night. But some news yesterday, Jim Montgomery is the new head coach of the St. Louis Blues. He has signed a new 5-year contract with that franchise after they fired their head coach, Drew Bannister. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Bentley University, where good business begins and leaders come to learn. I'm John Wallach of Boston Tone for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
This year...
Is this me? Is my mic on? Okay, good. Because I was about to go on a Reiss's tirade. Hey! We are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Hardy will not be here on Wednesday. We will have Dan Roach. We'll look forward to his holiday cheer as we go into Thanksgiving. We hope all of you are having a wonderful Thanksgiving planned. And if you don't have anything, I know people that don't have anything going on for Thanksgiving. I can't help them. I'll be out of town. Staying at the Hollywood Casinos Hotel. Mm-hmm. So in the spirit of Christmas, or in the spirit of Thanksgiving, I'm with my kids. So
I love that idea. We only went away once for Thanksgiving and it was fantastic.
Oh, this is the most excited I've been for Thanksgiving in a very long time.
It's great.
Because we're going to the Detroit parade. It's just right there.
Well,
and then we're going to the Lions game, and then we're going to this place I've always wanted to go for dinner.
Yeah, but you're still doing a couple of things Thanksgiving related, the parade and the game, and that's fine. When we went away, it had nothing to do with Thanksgiving. Went to a place where Thanksgiving wasn't, a thing. It wasn't mentioned. We didn't have anything to do with it, and it was great. It was wonderful. I look forward to doing it again. It's not going to be this year. We're hosting this year.
Yep.
So we're going to have a bunch of people over, and my plan was on Wednesday to do a bunch of prep work. And some of that prep work was going to be what Wallach got up to over the weekend. And I was doing
you two were having a little chat. Okay.
Christmas lights. So Wallach is...
Do you know about Wallach's house? I don't mean to interrupt your story, but you're aware of Wallach's situation if the audience isn't.
It is a festival of Christmas.
It is a festival of Goyim. John, who grew up Jewish and went to Camp Young Judea, explain what goes on. What would you describe if I said it was a Goyish house? If it was Goyim had decorated it, what would you give me? Just some things that you think would be in there, not specific, but like design styles, like the way that they decorating styles.
Okay, so you would have the obvious stuff, the wreath, the tree, but you would also have like
not even holiday specific, just like a Goyish house. Like if you walk in and you immediately know someone is Goyim.
I don't know.
Okay, so yes, because I understand. I'm more than either of you, even the Jewish guy, more familiar with the Jewish community. Goyim, which is non-Jew, knickknacks, huge thing. Like you're going to have a lot of knickknacks.
Ceramic carolers everywhere in the house.
You're going to have like
everywhere.
A lot of wood knick-knacky things too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so
there are two trees. There are two fake trees, one in the living room, one in the formal living room. There's garland. There are wreaths everywhere. You already know the Hallmark Channel's been on every day since they started doing Christmas movies on October 16th.
You bring in extra TVs and monitors so that the Hallmark Channel is on in every room at every angle.
Yep.
Okay.
It's and then outside the lights went up. And by the way, the boxes, there are boxes in the basement. A whole wall of the storage room in the basement is set aside for all of the Christmas stuff.
Oh, I like that. Are they labeled?
Yes, they are actually. They're labeled. They came upstairs November 2nd.
Are they labeled with a labeler?
You know what?
Do you have a labeler?
Hell yeah, I do. Of course I do.
That's a stupid question. Of course he does.
It's just so funny. Yeah. I can't write on the package.
Everything must be labeled.
I got to have a labeler.
Everything must be labeled correctly.
Do you know what Jim Louth's wife used to do? When their kids were little, they would go away on vacation, and for each day, she would take a gallon Ziploc bag, and in that bag, put the kids' clothes in for that day. Socks, underwear, shorts, shirt, label it Lil Jimmy the Fourth. I believe Jim Louth's son is the fourth. Like Jimmy Monday, and write that on the bag, throw it in a suitcase, and have the outfit set aside in a separate bag for each day. And when I found that out about Louth's wife, I started to have a thing for her. Like in a very
funny.
Real way.
Type recognizes type.
Yeah, when I had Samantha, a young lady, very nice that I met on OnlyFans, I used to have her do the same thing, only they were clothes she had worn. So she would write on the Ziploc bag, "Oh, these were my underwear for Monday," and then she would zip them up tight and mail them in. Mm-hmm. And I fell in love with her.
With time, she'd go to the bathroom that day.
Yes, but that was not a Ziploc bag as much as a jar.
So
you walked right into that.
So Wallach spends the weekend outside being
Act like it was terrible that I just did that. I thought it was mildly humorous. Go ahead.
Being directed as to where to put Christmas lights.
Oh, that's another thing, Fred. I haven't spoken to you about. I have not asked outside to put up the Christmas lights because they have to be done a certain way in a certain order.
Does she do it?
Oh yeah. Oh no. This is. She wants to make sure that that gets done correctly.
Interesting.
Yes.
Now I know this is going to be controversial, and I don't want you to be PC. The appropriateness of the woman in the relationship, if it's a man and woman relationship, putting up the lights. What do you think of the man?
Oh, I think much less of them.
Yeah, yeah.
I see it every year when
I'm in the way. That's part of the problem.
Our neighbors across the street, who I am constantly monitoring.
Sure.
And I see Carrie out there putting up the lights, and my more useful by the day neighbor Chris is just sitting inside, probably rewatching the Celtics game from the night before.
Oh,
doesn't even venture outside to say how's it going. Doesn't make an attempt.
And you do think less of him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
If there's a tall bush that needs to have the lights wrapped around it, that's where I come in.
All right.
But
yeah, that was my lady Linda the Giant.
So Wednesday was going to be my day to do the lights.
Sure.
I put in for this day off weeks ago. It was, and I think I told you guys, after I put in for that day off, I'm like, oh, we're having people over on Thursday. I'll get the Christmas lights up on Wednesday, all the outdoor lights. The house will be all done up for people coming over for Thanksgiving. It was after that when Marcy told me, I don't want the icicle lights anymore. And we have the different hues of white on the bushes and all this stuff. And I really want, can we just hire someone to do it?
Oh boy, she actually asked you that? Oh boy,
so
that's grounds for divorce right there.
I'm not a passive aggressive guy. Okay.
No, you're an aggressive guy.
No, I prefer to confront things and to have them out in the open and get them settled.
Right.
I'm taking the passive aggressive route on this one, and where I could have a discussion about the icicle lights not being to her liking anymore, the different hues of the white lights. Maybe even considering and researching someone to come in. You know what I'm going to do instead? She ain't going to get nothing. There ain't going to be one damn light put up outside. Oh, you don't like my outdoor lights? See how you like them this year, because there ain't going to be any.
I like when my neighbors put up lights.
I like how this has cut you to the bone.
There will be no Christmas lights this year.
Then that's just punishing the public. I mean, it's what you're doing. You're hurting everyone's Christmas, not just your family.
I have everything labeled and put together with the extension cords. I know what goes where.
Yeah.
They're labeled A1, A2, B1, B2.
Yep.
So everything, when I take them out, you lay them out, and it's like, oh, I can't remember if I use this extension cord to go underneath the front step. I don't need to because they're all labeled and they're all set to go.
Yep.
Guess who doesn't? Maybe she never did like it. Maybe she never liked me. I don't know. See how you like this. See how you like no lights, because that's what you're getting. That's what you're getting this year. And God help the person who shows up at my house if she goes out of her way and actually hires someone to come do it. I might kill him. I will go out there and confront them first myself. It's going to get physical, and then if the cops have to be called, so be it.
You know what?
Because no one else is putting up lights.
Yeah,
in
when
my
the
house.
guys at the house, you get your wife. You go, oh, let's look at him up on there on that ladder, and then you nudge your wife into the ladder. He goes flying. He hurts himself. Your wife's culpable. I mean, hey,
right?
Yeah.
That's Marcy's fault.
Yeah.
She's the one who hit the ladder.
I like doing the lights. I think I do a good job with the lights. Turns out they weren't enjoyed by everybody.
So she thinks that you do a bad job. That's why she wants a decorator
She
to put them up.
doesn't like the icicle lights that go around the awning of the front porch.
Now, what's her problem with those?
I don't know. I was so shocked. She might as well have told me I've fallen in love with Wallach and we're running away together. I'm like, how
does
did
she
this
have a problem
happen?
with your penis size?
When did this?
Is this a way she's saying that you're too small?
That's
my fear of every woman that rejects me. I just think it's my penis length.
When did this happen?
I swear to God.
How
I've had
long
this
is
discussion with my friends.
How long has this been going on?
Like you haven't?
Why didn't you tell me?
You've never had. I'm sorry. You've really never had that. You've really never had a woman reject you after you've had sex with her, like not like right after, and then gone. I wonder if I did something wrong sexually.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Because you acted like I was crazy.
No,
Now,
I
go
thought
ahead.
you were looking at Adam. No, of course.
No. Adam would know too.
Yes.
We've all. Has everyone done that? I just
Of
need
course,
that cleared
of
up.
course.
All right, very good.
Every guy's gone through that.
So this is your like penis thing. Like this is your
It has nothing to do with my.
No, I'm equating it to manhood.
It's a metaphor.
It's a metaphor. Like
Yes.
like if
Yes.
you have sex
I
with
was
someone,
just explaining it, how it feels like she's come to me and told me that she's fallen in love with somebody else, and all my questions are, how long has this been going on?
and
You
I
don't like
tried
my
to make it more
Christmas lights?
relatable in that she's
With
obviously
penis
not going to
size.
leave you. It's like if you have sex with a woman and then like a couple days, a week later, after you've started a sexual relationship, they break things off. Immediately you start questioning yourself, your penis size, the way that you have sex. This is what it's like for you with your wife. You've long gone past sex meaning anything in your relationship. You've been married for far too long, and this is what's been going on.
Well, that's not true.
My bad.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be right back.
But you know what? We're not going to be having any sex either.
Yeah,
That's how I'm going to punish her.
I have a great idea for a sitcom.
I don't think that
I'm
punishes
going to
just her.
I'm going to withhold sex.
You know what?
That hurts you.
That
I think,
just
more than her.
I'll tell you what, John, you're going to be my audience for this. I think we rebooted Everyone Loves Raymond. She won't let him put up the Christmas lights. He withholds sex. She don't care, but then she gets super horny over something at like the bake sale, and then boom. And then John's going to consume it like an idiot.
How long has she not liked it, though? How long has she thought it was?
Yeah, I know. That's exactly. Now you know how I feel after what I just talked about happens. All right, well, which is often. All right, we'll be back in just a
I would
moment.
go outside and take pictures afterward. I thought.
So
it
do
was
I.
good.
Toucher and Hardy.
approved mover of the Department of Defense, dnvanlines.com.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, the Patriots.
Into the end zone.
Here.
Touchdown for the Patriots.
WBC FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Patriots were shredded by Miami yesterday at Hard Rock Stadium, 34-15 to drop to 3-9 on the season. This one was over at halftime after Miami scored 3 second-quarter touchdowns, and Drake May threw for 222 yards, 1 touchdown and 1 interception. There was also 1 strip sack involved in his afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's hard. It's hard to balance, trying to make plays and keep drives alive. We're in third and long, or last touchdown's 4th and 15, just trying to make something happen. Give us a little light, and it ended up happening. And, Gonzo put us back in the ball game, and then put it in there and turn the ball back over. So it's tough. It's frustrating. I know we got better football ahead of us, and this wasn't our best product today.
Tua Tagovailoa threw 4 touchdown passes to the Dolphins. The Patriots committed 10 penalties in this game, 7 of which came in the first half. They'll face Indianapolis and Foxborough this coming Sunday. The Colts lost big at home to Detroit yesterday, 24-6 to fall to 5-7. In other NFL news, Philadelphia won their 7th in a row, 37-20 in LA over the Rams. And that one, Saquon Barkley ran for 255 yards and 2 touchdowns. As for the Celtics, they held off Minnesota 107-105 at TD Garden yesterday. Jaylen Brown scored the first 15 points of the game for the Green. He finished with a game-high 29. Minnesota had a chance to win it, but center Naz Reid missed the 3 at the buzzer. Celtics wrap up a rare home back-to-back tonight when they play the Clippers. Grandy and Max have the pregame at 7 and the tip-off at 7:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. And the Bruins will play Vancouver at the Garden tomorrow night. But first, the St. Louis Blues fired Drew Bannister yesterday morning and hired Jim Montgomery as their new head coach. Not only that, they signed him to a 5-year contract as well. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Associate Roofing. Contact Associate Roofing today for a free roof inspection. Go to AssociateRoofing.com. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
To us, Boston pride runs deep.
I'm a Bostonian.
This is Boston's Home for Sports.
Bow, bow, bow.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Fred describes himself in 7 words.
A guy in tights and a cape.
And Hardy with blunt honesty.
I am not known as Mr. Fun.
Toucher and Hardy continues on the Sports Hub.
Around the NFL with Toucher and Hardy.
They are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube all the time. Search us on 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube and subscribe. I subscribe. The only thing I subscribe to is 98.5 The Sports Hub, and I find myself watching videos. YouTube's very ingenious in that way. Once they get you in the algorithm, baby, you're stuck. But I've had it enough with the bald weightlifter guy who's got like an eye tick. I've had enough of him, and I can no longer see anything by Joe Rogan or Andrew Huberman. It's just like, you're white, you're in your 40s, like, you have to love these guys, and it's like, no, I don't want to see it anymore. I just don't want to see it anymore. I bag out. There's nothing wrong with either of them. I just don't want to see it anymore. I don't want to be stereotyped. I don't want to be classified. I don't want to be a drone. I don't want a suburban home. Go ahead. What happened? What happened? Let's go over some games. Let's break down the NFL. People want to know what I got to say about it.
You ready?
Let's cook. Okay. Do you want to talk about the game that I made a fortune on? Go ahead.
Is it the Eagles game?
Mm-hmm.
At Rams?
Hit everything. Hit 6 bets on this, baby.
What'd you have on this guy?
You can't do it alone. That's why I'm about it.
Oh, no, not that guy. This guy right here, Saquon Barkley.
In the pistol. He gives it to Barkley, who cuts outside. He's at the 40, the 50, the 40. He's going to go again. He's going to go again. Touchdown, Saquon Barkley. His all-time record, 72 yards.
So what'd you have on Saquon Barkley? I imagine he had some kind of a same-game parlay going.
I don't do parlays, but I had him over 2 touchdowns. The thing with Saquon Barkley is this: two things about him. A, if you're a running back in the NFL, you need to kiss his feet because he's him and Derrick Henry, but especially him, are reinventing the importance of this position. That's why if that kid at Boise State's fast, I don't know much about him, but he's so by far and away the best running back of the last of the millennia. That I would take him in the first round if he's got any physical tools at all. Saquon Barkley, and then people give the Giants crap for like not having him anymore. What would have Saquon Barkley done for them? Saquon Barkley, if you're a good team, he opens up everything. He opens up everything for them. So that just shows if you have an elite running back on a good team, that's a huge piece.
You also the back also should have some size to him as well. This kid Genty's small. So
Okay.
that's part of it. I think he's 5'9", 215, something like that.
That's not small, though.
No, what I'm saying is he doesn't. Derrick Henry's a much bigger back. Saquon Barkley is a much bigger back.
Right.
Yeah.
They can take more punishment.
Yes.
Okay.
Barkley, 26 carries, with that 72-yarder we just heard, 255 yards on the day, 2 touchdowns, as the Eagles get the 37-20 win over the Rams.
By the way, that 255 yards, that's inside the top 10 all-time in one game for an NFL running back.
If you watch the Rams play, listen, the Rams are a very well-coached team, but if you watch the Rams play the Patriots, they won that game based on coaching and just coaching a rookie coach. That was not going to happen. And you know what's funny is the theory now in Philadelphia is that Sirianni won the team back when he yelled at the fan. That this is the dialogue is that, and it's been heard from players that that the players loved it. He became the leader of the team again, and this is where we're at.
So all the phone calls will be positive today?
Yes, and then also beyond that, though, if they lose in the playoffs, people are going to be called for him to be fired.
Of course.
Even if they play the Lions, who are a much better team. But go ahead.
Barkley, though, Barkley is as good as his day was, record-setting, and one of the top performances of all time. He wasn't out there by himself.
You can't do it alone. I'm surrounded by great players, and if you look at every single play that I made today, you can see so many other players going above and beyond.
Teamwork.
Well, it certainly wasn't talking loud.
Team.
I mean, someone's have said humble mumble going. I call it the humble mumble.
I like that.
Yeah. Boo, 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 boo.
All right, let's go to this Cowboys-Commanders game, which if you were watching other 1 o'clock games or maybe you flipped over to the red zone, thought maybe not much going on in this thing. It's 13-9 with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And then things went absolutely bonkers. Dallas scores to make it 20-9. Washington comes back. They make it 20-17 with 3 minutes left. And then Turbo Turpin
Fields the kick, deep dances and running it out. Left to the 30, to the 40, to midfield. Turpin's got the Jets going. 10-5. Touchdown by the league's leading kickoff returner. And everybody's hanky is in its pocket.
What?
No flags on the play.
Oh, okay. I thought nobody was crying. It's like you have to take that. All right.
No one finished.
Very good. 27-17. Washington would kick a field goal to make it 27-20. They get back down. They score another touchdown. It's 27-26.
He's already missed an extra point. It's berserk. Snap low. Trustway gets it down. Cyber's kick. Bad freaking snap. Bad snap. A bad snap. They got the hold down. It's Cyber. Missed it left. He missed it left. So now they have to try another onside kick.
This is after one onside kick.
Yeah. A lot happened there.
There's so much to get to.
They didn't. Yeah, they didn't just get the ball back. They recovered an onside kick.
They recovered the onside kick, which is I'm watching it with my kids, and they're like, "What are the
first onside kick recovered this year?" By the way,
my daughter especially, who does not care, she's like, "What is this now?" I said, "It's an onside kick. They never work." And of course, just to prove that her father is an idiot, it works.
Well, because there's no surprise.
Yeah,
you have to declare that this is happening.
So this game was absolutely insane. Okay, so there's a 99-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, which makes it 27-17. There's then Washington kicks a field goal with 1:40 remaining to make it a touchdown game. They kick it. They kick onside, which they recover. Then they have like a minute 40 to get downfield and score. They score with 21 seconds remaining in the game.
Because Dallas, for some reason, is so concerned with guarding the sideline that they allow the receiver to get out and then just go off.
Terry McLaurin. So they're set up into a situation where they've scored a touchdown. They're down by a point, and the kicker misses the extra point. The reason that it was 34-26 is there was a onside kick attempt that was returned for a touchdown.
Yes.
I didn't watch it live, obviously. I watched it. I actually went back and watched the end of the fourth quarter in its entirety because it was really fun. A couple of things about that game.
Scored in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a terrible game until the fourth quarter. It was a lot of fun. But a couple of things about this. I don't believe Jaden Daniels is that banged up. He ran for 74 yards yesterday. Jaden Daniels, people have figured him out a little bit. The NFL has seemed to have figured out what he likes to do. I still think he's an excellent quarterback, but I don't think it's a slam dunk. And Caleb Williams, are we doing that game today? Yes. We'll get to Caleb Williams, but Caleb Williams, when he's on, and he's really erratic, but when he's on, he's really good, and we've seen Drake May. One of the great things about last year's draft is I think that it's going to be a lot of fun. And Bo Nix was really good yesterday, too. So I think, and threw a touchdown pass that was absolutely beautiful over the shoulder, over a defender. It's going to be a lot of fun with those four quarterbacks, and then when Penix eventually plays, seeing who comes out of it, because it could go down as another 84 draft class 83 draft class.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it has that kind of talent just in time for this draft to have nobody.
So Seabird, who had already missed an extra point earlier in the game, and you see as soon as Washington scores that touchdown, coach is saying 1-1-1-1-1. They already decided they're going to go for the tie. Would you in any instance decide to go for two?
No. They were at home. No. Nope. At home against an inferior team that can't score against you. No.
I thought about it in the moment, and as soon as I saw him lining up to kick it, I said, "No, this is the right move.
No,
this is what you should.
I don't think
you should do.
I think it's the right move in every way. I think that analytically, it's probably the right move, and they're at home again against an inferior opponent. I like my chances of stopping them and getting the ball back and getting the field. Because if you stop Dallas, which I believe they figured they could, the garbage quarterback, everything else, you get the ball back, you're almost guaranteed to win the game. You get the ball back with decent field position. All you have to do is get in field goal range. Yeah, you're winning that game. Go ahead.
Commanders have this big game against Philadelphia in a few weeks, and it would have been big. They were 7-2. But now they've lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And have dropped, as Washington tends to do, back towards the middle of the pack again. And now you have to start thinking, okay, are they going to make the playoffs? This is where
they're not making the playoffs. I can tell you that now because you have a little NFC North situation where 3 of those teams are making the playoffs. So good luck.
Seabird understandably upset after the game.
Just want to play better for my teammates, Definitely don't want to do that. Just wasn't striking well. It means a lot to me to be here with these guys. So just want to put my best foot moving forward.
That final extra.
Oh, get it?
Yeah.
Best foot moving forward.
I felt bad for him. The only way they make the playoffs is if Arizona continues to play like they did against Seattle.
Right now, Washington has the final playoff spot in the NFC.
Well, it's going to come down to Arizona, Seattle.
They're a half a game ahead of Arizona, and the Rams and Tampa Bay are right there too.
Yeah, so. I'm not so sure about Tampa Bay. All right, listen.
I want to get to one more thing from this game, and then we'll move on.
Absolutely.
Here at Turbo Turpin on his kick return.
Man, I was just like, I had nowhere to go, so I was just like, man, let me bring out a move nobody seen before, you feel me? That's one of my spin moves I always work on, man, when I ain't got nowhere to go. So I just brought it out. When I got free, man, I knew when nobody gonna catch me, man, just where my guys blocked, man. It was just a good kick by him also, they made me muffy, and it was great, man. I had to bring out a move that I nobody seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. Where do you go to college? Because my son's going to start looking at.
He started yapping his jaw 24 hours a day, and nobody answered. You called. How you supposed to come out there to do anything about that dog?
Where do you go to college? Because Milo's going to be looking at schools.
Let's see, TCU.
Oh, Texas Christian University.
I thought it was SEC for sure, but it's not.
All right,
actually, maybe it is. Is TCU in the SEC now? Maybe not. Who knows?
Probably not, but who knows?
But good for the Cowboys. Something to celebrate. 4-7 on the season.
Yeah, I mean, They're going to fire Mike McCarthy, and I don't know who they're going to bring in who's going to be any better. But that's what the situation's happening. All right.
All right. You mentioned the Caleb Williams situation. Yep. We'll get to that. We'll find out what happened between the Chiefs and the Panthers. A lot to get to.
Yeah, a lot of bad games yesterday on paper that turned out to be pretty good. We'll be right back.
is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, the Sports Hub.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, and what looked like a very, very weak slate of games this last Sunday actually became pretty exciting, and it was no college football. No college football. Alabama, woofy, woofy. They're out of it. But Notre Dame, who lost to Northern Illinois University, has fans celebrating and jumping up and down because they beat a military academy yesterday. Well, they were undefeated. They're Army. This is not 1930.
Did you see the type of offense they were running?
Yes, they run what people without any talent, devoid of talent, run.
They stack up like 5 guys on the right side, and guess what? They run it right, so they can have as many bodies blocking.
But John, they were undefeated, Army.
Oh, I know.
So there you go.
Just a sinking feeling.
By the way, their coach is a bit of a hot prospect for an NFL job. They're saying he's very charismatic. All right, what else happened yesterday in the NFL, if you may, Artie?
Well, we were talking about how the games weren't great this weekend. One of those games, Chiefs and Panthers. Kendra Middleton said, "Panthers." I'm like, come on.
I took her advice.
Chiefs 10.5-point favorites. They're going to be a little pissed off after the loss against Buffalo. They're gonna stick it to a lesser team. Oh no.
The snap. It's Chuba plowing forward. Conversion good. We're tied at 27 with 1:46 to go.
By the way, Chuba Hubbard, if I'm not mistaken, one of the best running backs in the NFL this year. He's 876 yards. He's having a hell of a season for a very bad team. 7 TDs, 876 yards. That's not bad. And
fifth in the NFL.
Yeah, don't look now, but Bryce Young is playing pretty well, and he seems to have control of things. They say when he was benched that it was the first guys that were covering the team say that when he was benched, it was the first time they saw him smile. It's almost like he learned to like football again. Boy, give it to the Patriots for not starting Drake May right away, given his age and experience, and letting him at least. I look at it like any job. Like, you're coming out of college, you're getting a job. Like, it's good if you have like a mentor, if you're allowed to apprentice for a while and find out how things are going before you're thrown into the lead role. Go ahead.
Last 3 games for Bryce Young, 3 touchdown passes, only 1 interception, completion percentage of over 60.
Yeah, so they sat him down again. I guess it took he felt like it took a lot of pressure off of him, and now look, he's certainly a serviceable NFL quarterback, and he has been since he's been back.
Anyway, so the game tied at 27, less than 2 minutes left. What does that mean when Kansas City is going to get the ball? It's going to mean that Patrick Mahomes hooks us up once with Travis Kelce for a few yards, then takes the ball himself for 33 yards to get the Chiefs into field goal range.
Placement is down. Schrader's kick is up. Schrader's kick is good! Good! Spencer Schrader on a 31-yard field goal, and the Chiefs walk it off with a field goal, winning 30-27.
You know what?
Former Jets kicker Spencer Schrader.
Yeah, so Schrader kicked for the Jets for a game. They put him on the practice squad because they know how to manipulate, the rules. They put him on the practice squad. Kansas City's kicker got hurt. Schrader had kicked at Kansas City before. The Jets offered him a contract, and he said, "No, I'm going to Kansas City."
Smart man.
And by the way, like, Carolina's a bad team. That's Kansas City got the ball back after Carolina, and then
do you worry
tied it
that
up.
Kansas City only beat Carolina by 3, or is it we throw style points out the window?
I just think that some teams have an ability to win. In that, Carolina tied that game without very much time left. Kansas City got the ball back, it got in field goal range, and scored. Like, there is that. Do I think Kansas City's one of the best teams, like, talent-wise, production-wise in the NFL? No. But a huge undervalued thing is that ability to know how to win. These games are all close. Most of these games are very, very close. And it comes down to, again, Kansas City beat Denver, blocked field goal. Denver had an opportunity to win the game with a chip shot field goal. They blocked it. Like, there's just these little things they do. If the game's close, Kansas City most likely is going to win. Like, Buffalo's a better team than Kansas City, but I think it's a toss-up if they play in the playoffs. Detroit's a way better team than Kansas City. But if that game's close at the end, I like Kansas City. Kansas City in a close game, I just think is going to win because they have that inherent trait of knowing what to do. They don't blow games. And again, watch around the NFL. Watch the Seattle Patriots game earlier in the season. Like, the Patriots blew that game. Like, that's just the way bad teams operate.
Now, Fred, earlier when we were talking about the onside kick recovery in the Commanders-Cowboys game, did we get that messed up with the Bears game? Because there was
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, because there were wild finishes going on with those 1 o'clock games. I believe the onside kick recovery came.
Oh, my bad.
No, because I thought the same thing. But no, it actually happened with the Bears.
And a one-step kick. There's Santos, rips it right. Ball moves, and it is on the ground. Recovered by the Bears, it appears.
Yep.
Did it go 10?
It touched the Viking. It touched
the Viking. All right. Bears have come up with it.
Touched a Viking's foot, and then I believe it touched one of their hands also. So it was double okay. Bears would go on to kick the game-time field goal, but Vikings get the ball.
Snap spot. Romo! Yes! And the Minnesota Vikings have won 5 consecutive games at Soldier Field.
Yeah, they're well coached. Again, they, they're not a very good team. They have a good defense. They're not a very good team. When the Bears took the ball down the field on that drive where they scored at the end of the game, Caleb Williams is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. The way that he was playing. When he's on, he's very, very, very erratic.
Right. Could not, however, get it done in overtime. And as they missed their chance to kick a field goal, much less score a game-winning touchdown, Vikings get the ball back, and they end up winning 30-27 after their field goal attempt goes.
Okay. Well, yeah, what happened in that Washington game is Washington tried an onside kick. The Cowboys recovered it, but they had to punt. That's what happened.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Let's hear from Caleb Williams here talking about the opposing quarterback yesterday.
When somebody comes over to you, that's having guys and having Sam Darnold even out there balling, and he's been a great coach so far, I believe, and you believe, and you hear, and those encouraging words are important.
What?
Huh?
What?
And by the way, they're all over the Bears coach for going for 2 earlier in the game instead of kicking the extra point. I don't know why, but there's all this. I mean, they're not all over him after the game, but during it, they were all over him.
Well, I mean, look, the Bears, I think, have lost 5 in a row, and they're at the Lions on Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, but they're not going to win that game. But the thing is that, and because I'm going to be there and I'll make sure of it. But and so will Eminem, and so you'll have that.
Right.
They're going to fire Eberflus, but then if you fire Eberflus after this year, why didn't you fire him after last year? Now you just got a new coach coming in for Caleb Williams again. I don't know. People expected Chicago to win that, to compete for a wild card and stuff. Chicago's not that good a team. I don't know. It's interesting to me.
They have 4 wins. One is against Jacksonville, and another's against Carolina.
Yeah, but But there's a lot of games that they've been hanging around in, and again, they're a young team that doesn't know how to win. But what are you going to do? They have a lot of offensive talent that they're not taking advantage of.
We asked.
Odunze is no joke though.
No,
he made a pass. He caught a pass there, a bullet with a guy basically pulling one of his arms, and he caught it 2 hands. Go ahead.
I asked Bert on Friday if the 49ers didn't get a win against Green Bay, was their season essentially over? And he said, no. I heard Bert talking about this last night. He seems to think that they're really up against it now after what the Packers did to him yesterday.
Handoff Jacobs into the left side of the line, fighting his way, end zone, touchdown, beast mode. Handoff to Jacobs off the left side, fighting, end zone, wave into the end zone, touchdown.
He literally drugged him into the end zone.
Handoff Jacobs, burrowing left side, end zone, touchdown, and there is your dagger.
Josh Jacobs, 3 touchdowns on the day as the Packers get the home win 38-10 over the 49ers, who dropped to 5-6 on the season.
So Ayuk is out. Deebo Samuel is playing hurt. And you had Brock Purdy didn't play yesterday.
Yeah, and Brandon Allen is terrible, just in case you were wondering. He fumbled twice, threw an interception, lost one of those fumbles. He's real bad.
Christian McCaffrey, 11 carries, 31 yards.
And a fumble.
Yeah,
so the 49ers, they got to fire Shanahan. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I think the 49ers are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
I don't know
that
how you
whole
come
division, they may not be, because that whole division is right around 500.
Yeah.
And that helps. But if you just take a look at the way they're playing and all the injuries they have, I don't like them. I mean, how many more wins do they have in them?
Yeah,
They got
okay,
6
so
games left.
Yeah, 49ers are at the Bills. They got the Bears at home. They got the Rams at home. They're at the Dolphins. They got the Lions at home, and they're at the Cardinals.
Well, there are 2 guaranteed losses in there.
Well,
and then that trip to Miami is never fun.
No, and again, the Bears. The Bears are going to play them tight. I don't understand how Burt didn't think that was much of an issue. I just looked at their schedule like it was going to be a cakewalk, and they're playing the best team in the NFL and the second best team in the NFL. That doesn't seem like a cakewalk to me.
No. Had they gone in last night and, done something really special against the Packers, then you could make a case like, okay, they got a little something going here, but they got embarrassed.
And by the way, the Lions in that division, that game's going to mean something for them. The second to the last game of the season. It's not like they're going to be able to sit guys. And Mies has a feeling they're going to have a little something to prove against San Francisco in that game. I have a feeling that they're going to come out rather motivated, given their coach and what happened in that NFC Championship game. If you want, bet the over.
They're not still thinking about that.
Bet the over, because I'll tell you what, they're going to run that score up like it's nobody's business. They got something to prove. And that NFC North is insane. Minnesota's whatever, but they're winning. They only got 2 losses. Obviously, Detroit's only got 1. And Green Bay's only got 3. All those teams are making the playoffs. So I think San Francisco's season's over. I mean, it has to be.
That's kind of what I was getting at on Friday. But, yeah, all right.
But Burt knows so much just because he talks to the coaches and the GMs.
He does.
Big deal. So you know the guys, and they tell you things. What does that make you, some kind of reporter? Are you going to be at the Thanksgiving Day game? I am.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers were in New York to take on the Giants yesterday. Baker Mayfield.
Here's the snap. 2nd down and goal. Bucks have 2 timeouts. Running the ball is Baker Mayfield. He fakes the pass. Cross to his left. 10-1 touchdown. Baker Mayfield put on a cape and flew into the end zone.
I'm the worst play-by-play guy in football.
Where's the big one? Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
He's the worst play-by-play guy in football.
And then he did the Tommy DeVito celebration. He did the Italian hands in the air. He did that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
mozzarella.
Tommy DeVito is of Italian descent.
Mm-hmm.
His mother makes him dinner sometimes when she does Italian food.
Has an agent that's based here in Massachusetts. Have you heard that?
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, Tommy DeVito is the only Italian player in the NFL. No one else is Italian. He's the only.
His mother makes a Sunday gravy.
Ooh,
because that's what they call marinara sauce.
That's right.
I'll tell you this: Tommy DeVito is literally the only Italian ever. He's the guy.
That wonderful.
The Giants are in a bit of trouble.
You think?
They can't keep Dayball, can they? And by the way, this whole notion that Belichick's going to go coach that team, have fun for what? You're going to coach them to what? And why would they want you? Well, he's got that relationship with Mara. Why would he want him?
Do you have a quarterback in place that doesn't need any coaching? No? Okay, then you don't want Belichick.
Yeah, like what are you, like you're a player away from contending? Okay, what player? The quarterback? Okay. By the way, look at the free agent quarterbacks this offseason. It's Sam Darnold and no one else, so have fun.
Giants have the number 2 pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah, and they can go blow it on one of these crap quarterbacks coming out.
Mayfield did do the mocking celebration of Tommy DeVito.
It's not a disrespectful thing. I met Tommy in Vegas at the Super Bowl last year. He's got a lot of swag, and this is the fans love him here, so paying a little tribute to him.
Oh, it was tribute.
Yeah, no, it was anti-Italian, and I, for one, am calling for because Mayfield doesn't sound like an Italian name, and again, Tommy DeVito, the only Italian ever to play in the NFL.
What was DeVito offended by this?
Honestly, I really didn't know until someone just mentioned the locker room. I mean, they were having a good game. They celebrated. It is what it is. Kind of happened last year. I mean, it's going to happen, I guess.
Yeah, but look, next time Tommy DeVito takes on Tampa, don't look for him to be so nice. Look for him to pick up some huge numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Tommy DeVito is really something. He should be playing in the NFL. All right, here's the deal. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit about Montgomery, but I have to tell you a little bit about it. I went to a sporting event this weekend.
The 5K?
No. Yeah, I'm going to do 15 minutes on the 5K. But there is something
What were you curing, and what roads were closed off as a result?
No roads were closed off. Only the bike lane of Commonwealth Avenue was closed off.
Then I'm all for it.
Yeah. They actually didn't close Commonwealth Avenue. Now, it would have been a pain in the ass driving because they had to stop traffic while people crossed, but they didn't close any roads down.
Nice.
Yeah. So it was mostly through neighborhood roads. Grueling course, though. Really took a lot of people. A lot of people crapping themselves and throwing up.
A mini heartbreak hill on that 5K?
A mini heartbreak hill. It was, the whole thing was elevation.
Oh.
It was almost straight up. It was almost vert. It was like running up 1 million half pipes. Is what it was. They told you to wear.
It was like Alex Honnold climbing the wall in Yosemite.
Yeah, you know who sang the national anthem is the guy from Free Solo, because he was like, "This is basically what you're doing. It's the equivalent of that." We're talking about the Newton Turkey Trot. If you go to @FredToucher, you can see an in-action photo. I'll tell you, the photographer they had out there is A+, because they sent me the photos and I had to zoom in on my face like you wouldn't believe. But I can understand standing at the finish line can be very difficult to get those snaps. But listen, the Turkey Trot was a sensation. I like the people dressed as turkeys. That's fun. And I also like that for some reason when you run, you have to wear tights. That is another thing that I asked the guy, I go, why do you have to wear tights? And I got a bunch of emails from people that saw me there and didn't say hello. I like it when you say hello to me.
Why wouldn't they say hello?
Come say hello. I love it. It's affirming. I like it. I really do. I appreciate it.
And what was your time?
Non-competitive.
That's
yeah, it's basically true. All right, it was worse than the last one. All right, for some reason. We'll be back in just a moment.
Embarrassing.
Sports Hub headlines.
Seldom right and never wrong.
Right here. Is that Dutcher or is that Hardy?
Kinda looks like a poodle. It's an effing poodle, dumbass.
The Sports Hub.
When I woke up Wednesday morning, there was no inclination to make a coaching change. And then when Jim got let go in Boston, it certainly was someone I've respected, someone I admired, someone I felt had all the attributes to be a long-term coach for the Blues.
Yeah, the St. Louis Blues hired Jim Montgomery. He was out of a job for 5 days. He had connections with the organization. They obviously know a lot about him. They liked him. Everyone knew he was going to get another job. Let's see where he takes the Blues. Jim Montgomery's a great guy, and I truly hope that he has success there, and he deserves it. All right, so here we are. It's Chestnut Hill on a Saturday. People are going ballistic. You're like, why are all these North Carolina plates all over the place? Like, why are people going, they got North Carolina fever? Like, what's going on? And it's, of course, game day in Alumni Stadium.
Oh.
It's game day in Alumni Stadium. And so, but it's raining, it's cold. What are we going to do? I talked to this network of friends I have, a.k.a. McClick, a.k.a. the No Pockets Posse. We do the whole thing. We got jackets and everything. And they go, fear not, there's a box that will have a box that's covered. I have a friend with a box. It's the Republic Plumbing box. So I say, okay. So we walk around. We walk in front of the Republic Plumbing box. These guys are there. They hand us the tickets. We're in the box, enjoying this can't stop game. That Castellanos kid, not very popular. Their starting quarterback when he was benched, transferred. I'm hearing all the things that he got for going to BC with the NIL, and I was very impressed by them.
Oh.
He walked away from a little bit of stuff. So they do have the ability to do stuff for you if they like you. But who was in the box? Who, if you had to guess who was in the box, they were in the box. Who do you think? Someone of note, if you had to guess who was in the box. I was at the BC North Carolina game. Who was in the box with us?
Sarge.
No, Sarge was at the card signing, but he wasn't there, or at the card show.
Okay.
He was the host of the card show.
Does it have to do with North Carolina?
Kaboom!
It was a man by the name of Doug Flutie.
Oh! Nice.
And he was taking photos and everything, and you know what I did? Ignored him.
Huh.
Didn't care. Didn't bother me either way. Didn't bother me, didn't like it, didn't bother me, didn't do it.
Is that because you neither like nor dislike him?
Correct. I had no feeling.
Doug Flutie, indifferent.
So Flutie's there. He's taking pictures with everyone. Everyone wants their picture taken with Doug Flutie. Me? Pfft. I don't care. If he wanted to take a picture with me, and I could tell he was looking at me, and he's like, because it's a small box. Like the BC boxes are small, but then out of the box, they have outside seats. Like they're outside. They're covered, but they're in the elements. And it was a chilly day. And so I would go in, and I was with a lot of people, but I'd go in, and there'd be Doug Flutie. I don't quite know why he was in the box. He seemed to be a good guy. He seemed to be very nice to everyone. He wasn't putting on airs. Mm-hmm. But I imagine he's very busy. But he was in there for a long time. He wasn't in there like watching the game the whole time, but he was in there for like a quarter. And I had a feeling he was looking at me like, "That's Fred Dutcher."
You think?
And probably going, can I take a photo with him? And I would have been up to the task. I would have been up for it, absolutely. But what I like is when I'm with a group of people. A lot of people at the BC game say they like the show. A lot of people came. In all honesty, the Flutie thing's true, and I'm obviously didn't know who I was or what his picture taken with me. I'm just joking around. But there were a lot of people that came up to me, and they wanted their picture taken and things of that nature. And when you're with a group of people, it does one of two things. A, they think it's like kind of cool, or B, it bothers them in some way and they insult you. And like that's the way that it goes. Like there's this
like that one guy.
Passive aggressive like insult. Yeah, there's these passive aggressive insults.
The Patsky.
That yeah. Like these passive aggressive insults, and you're like,
don't do anymore.
No. and you're just like, I don't know. Like, what do you want to do with me? But I like, and again, I was at that race, and people say, "Can I come up to you?"
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't come up to you. I believe me, and I think you guys feel the same way. Where it doesn't happen often, so it's not like a drag. Like I can't even go out. Like it doesn't happen very often.
Right.
And when it does happen, I really, really like it.
No, it's flattering. It's great.
No, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, I prefer for it to happen when there are other people around.
Oh, absolutely,
so I can say,
especially females.
"See?"
Especially females. Yeah. That is it. That's worth it. If you ever see me out with a female and you know who I am, even if you don't like me, if you pretend to like me for a moment, you're doing a mitzvah. Just do that for me once. Mitzvah, John. You know what it means?
Gift.
You remember?
Yes.
Well, sort of.
A kindness.
Yeah, John doesn't really know. And John grew up Jewish, but now he's with the most goyish woman of all time. He's turned his back completely on his
I didn't go halfway on this one.
No.
Went all the way the opposite
you
direction.
did. You better hope that the Jewish religion is wrong a little bit, because if not, they're going to be super mad at you when you die.
I'm sure they are.
I mean, you're going to be
I'm on
in
the
for
list.
Big trouble.
I'm on the list.
Big trouble.
No.
Because it's one thing just not to be Jewish. It's another thing to be Jewish, and then you just get this goy on.
I know.
This goyish. That's a big deal. All right, when we come back, Bob Socci. But it was the Republic Plumbing guys, and they were very, very nice. You know how Hardy, when that happens, like someone's really nice, and then you know they have a business, so you figure that you'll say the business name.
Sure.
You know how it is? I bust your balls about that sometimes, but you know how it is. The guys were really nice. They didn't expect anything in return. And so I said, like, look, they were nice guys.
I'm surprised more people didn't talk to you during the race, because based on what you said your time was, you had plenty of time to talk while you were actually competing. You know, it's really just a brisk walk.
No. If you looked at my time and thought that you're a little off, I was dying.
32 minutes?
31 and a half. I was
call it 32.
Yeah, let's call it. Well, please call it 31 and a half. I was at the end very tired. I was running as hard as I could at the end. When you see that picture at Fred Toucher.
No.
Yeah, if you watch the reason the reason I focus so much in on the picture, because if it's the actual picture they put up, there's an old lady that's in front of me at the end.
Who had actually run the 5K, gone back, and was running it again.
Oh no, but those hard-ons were there, like that were sprinting like down the road before the race. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's the Newton Turkey Trot. Get over it. Like, I understand, like, this is what you do and you're competitive about it, and that's fine.
But if you buy the tights, you know, you want to put them to work.
There's a guy who almost ran into me and my daughter, like, before the race. And he, like, eyeballed me. He didn't even say, excuse me or whatever. He, like, eyeballed me. And it's like, there's a million things going on here. You have tights on for no reason. You could have just worn sweatpants. I can't imagine that improves your performance in any way, unless you're, like, a marathon runner. B, you're sprinting and warming up for the Newton Turkey Trot at Zervis Elementary School. And C, common decency is if you're running at a man and his daughter, to at least say excuse me or hey, sorry. You don't come charging. I would do that. I would at least say, oh, dude, I'm sorry, but congratulations, you warm up. I hope you had a fantastic time. Me, I was dying.
You're wearing Wayfarers. I don't think
those aren't. Those aren't Wayfarers.
They're Wayfarer knockoffs?
Those are Dior's.
Those are Roy bands?
That's a $400 pair of sunglasses I'm wearing, my friend.
Can't hide money.
Dior.
You're not taking it seriously if you're wearing those sunglasses. You're not taking the race seriously.
I think that's the problem. I think I would have probably shaved off 10 minutes of time if I would have worn tights and a better pair of sunglasses.
Yeah.
I agree.
Get some the Oakley blades on or something. You know, real running glasses.
If anyone wants to sponsor my running career, because I'll come in middle of the pack 5K.
Another gift idea for Fred, along with the doggy door, real running glasses.
You only have a month left of me in the 40 and under, or the 50 and under division. So, I mean, if you want to get on this, I mean, I'm free. I'll get on Instagram at Fred Toucher. I'll plug all your stuff. Let's get knee deep in the running game.
Did you buy him the doggy door, Hardy?
I'm not putting that in. I'm afraid of little people.
I know you're not.
I'm afraid of little people invading my home.
I'll put it in for you.
Stealing.
You're not going to have to put it in.
No, that's never going in. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub app with you so you can hear more of Tudger and Hardy
That's what I want on my tombstone.
on the Sports Hub.
Pop will widen his split with a snap, and again, flags falling, another full start.
Who?
2 possessions for the Patriots, 3 full starts already.
Ball start, number 59.
Oh, Jesus.
The second on Vadarian Lowe.
Second down.
A 45-yard attempt. The snap is in place from the right hash. The kick is airborne to the upright, and that kick is off the right upright, and it lands short of the goalpost.
When I tell you the open, weird things happen here.
3rd and 15, and May is in trouble.
74.
Down he goes. Another sack. And this one belongs
4-man rush
to the Dolphins, Emmanuel Ogba. No stranger to a sack. That's his 4th of this season.
Oh, Michael Jordan.
Shotgun snap. It's a throwback for Kendrick Bourne. Looking to throw. He's going to toss it downfield, and the pass is going to skip in front of Ramondre Stevenson. Even if he caught it, would have been tackled perhaps right there on the spot. The Patriots again on that play.
Where would you evaluate that play? Like, you had to make an evaluation.
I think I put that one away.
I'd say high school hokey.
The Dolphins win again here in South Florida. The final 10 seconds elapse in a 34-15 final.
Well, we're no world beater. I know that.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. We are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Oh, let's go to this first. So you can wait. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Freddie T. I just wanted to call in. I was one of the guys that met you outside Alumni Stadium on Saturday, and I just want to tell the rest of the guys on the show, you know, you couldn't have been the nicer guy. You took the time, you stopped, you met me, my family, and I think the funniest thing was I told you that I had been listening to you guys since high school, and you took a picture with me and my son, and you said that it made you feel super old. So I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, I know exactly who you are. You were great. You were holding your son, and he said to me, you guys can relate to this. He said to me, he's like, I've been listening to you since high school, and now here's this guy with a family who's holding his son. And I'm like, I have been on the air in Boston for a very, very long time. But I'll tell you this. Well, Chris, thank you. I do appreciate it very much. We all appreciate it, all of us, because we are a collective. It has nothing to do with me. Anyone who takes their pitch with me, it's obviously with it means everyone else. A lot of compliments to Adam, not at the Adams edition, not at the expense of anyone else, but just people, because he's on the show, have been saying nice things about him as well.
You want to feel old? Beetle used to tell me he used to listen to me in high school. Like, loved hearing me and Robbie Roadsteamer when he was listening.
Oh, nice.
What?
Does that mean
in high school?
What years was he in high school?
He must have been finishing high school in 05, I guess.
Okay, so I wasn't there just yet.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Because if he was listening to BCN, he definitely heard at least the infancy of my first show, which I believe, but there's no way he was in high school in 06, right? That made me 13. He's 13 years younger than me. He's 36 years old.
That sounds about right.
Beatles 36 years old?
I think isn't he in
What,
his
he get this job when he was 19?
Late 30s, right?
Yeah. He's got 3 kids.
Late 30s.
Well, I guess that doesn't matter. I had 2 by that time. All right, anyway, Bob Socci.
We'll always stop for an autograph, Bob Socci.
Yes.
Always. Groupies, right, Bob?
Oh, lots of groupies, Chuck.
All right, you're breaking up way too much. Just,
yeah.
All right, is it going to break up? Just go.
Yeah, let's go to the phone.
Yeah, but let's just take Bob on the phone. Just go to the phone.
Yeah. We'll go to the phone.
All right, Bob Socci, the voice of the New England Patriots, joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline, where he's about to call in. Bob Soci's hot takes are powered by Bigelow Tea. If you want to know what keeps Bob's voice in peak condition, it's his hot cup of Bigelow Tea. Hot takes and hot tea. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Bob showing that the phone is always superior to the internet. Was he breaking up last week, too, on the internet?
Yep.
What's up with that house he's in?
Oh.
He's got some dumb internet. All right. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Is he on the phone?
We are efforting to get Bob on the phone right now.
I don't.
Do you have his number?
I don't know how to fill this time. I'm in a situation where I'll have to improvise. Oh boy! All right, here we go.
Just to clarify, Beetle graduated in 03, so you must have been like back during college.
Okay.
When he was listening to me.
He was going to UMass. Maybe he got BSN up there. All right, Bob Socci. I've done the intro. Bob Socci on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Hello, Bob. Can you lock him in for me, please?
I don't know what the deal is here. I apologize for that.
Well, it's unprofessional and dumb.
It is.
But this phone sounds really good.
Oh yeah, crystal clear.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you can hear me now. I'm also glad that you guys took up a chunk of my segment filling the time so that I don't have to fill that time with commentary about yesterday's game.
I care not to get into X's and O's of yesterday's game.
I appreciate that.
But I did hear you because I managed to walk away from the game for a while, but I did hear you.
We all did at one point or another.
Yeah, I was going to Quincy at one point to that card show, but I did with my son. I did, so it was family stuff. I did, Bob, hear you guys, and it was very funny. I do legitimately, I will say this, because I have a way to listen to like all the football games, local broadcasts, and I do. I sample them. You two are the best. You and Scott really are, hand to God, the best.
You know
there's
why?
No question about it.
You know why? Because in a game like that, where it's basically over midway through the third quarter, they're entertaining.
And
as
this
hell.
is what they did that was entertaining.
as hell.
When you guys were talking about the booth situation in Miami, it was very funny. So they do not do you any favors there, do they?
They don't, and I went into the game yesterday telling myself over and over again, I actually wrote it down. I'm going to get through this game and accept this challenge of not complaining about the broadcast location, because everybody who goes there, even the Dolphins, and their announcers are saddled with calling games there, 8-10 times a year of the preseason. Everybody in the league hates going to Miami for that very reason. You would think it would be the most desirous trip of the schedule, going to South Florida, especially for the Patriots in November and December when we typically go down there. But it is a chore. It's a poor vantage point, poor situation. I can handle it a little better because, as you may have noticed, I'm a lot smaller than my partner, who, in addition to
everyone's smaller than your partner,
was having a bad experience knocking his head against the television monitor on the wall, trying to get up from his position because he couldn't really sit in a chair, so he had to sit on the steps of the broadcast booth down to our lower level of it. So it was a rough outing for Zoe. I think he had a rough weekend overall.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that it wasn't just the game. We'll have
what else happened? Did he lose a toe or something?
Yeah, well, we'll have to explore that with him later. But what can you tell us now?
Well, I can't. I should let Zoe tell you, and I'm sure he will when he gets on the air.
It's nothing real bad that we're like joking about, and now we're going to seem like a-holes, is it?
No, not at all.
Good. Okay, no. Good. All right, very good. All right, so because that's always a danger. But I figure you wouldn't have brought it up. Like if it was like a relative dying, I don't think you would have said, "Oh, he's got and he had a really bad week, including hitting his head on the TV." I suppose it would have been something like not that bad.
Yeah, I was a little worried about his physical health over the course of the weekend. He was dragging a little bit.
Oh boy, he enjoyed Miami.
Not necessarily.
Can you give us now? Now you got us hooked. Can you give us any insight?
The more we want to know. You understand?
I'm sorry, but he's put it out there on social media too, and he might have even mentioned it. I'm not sure about it in the broadcast, but Zoe's bones are a little creaky these days. He's getting up there in years. Yeah, so we were in rooms next to one another, hotel, very nice hotel. Unfortunately, very thin walls, and so as I got up yesterday morning, I could hear my partner on the other side, trying to get his day going, and you ride next to him on the plane. He wasn't feeling well. We're seated side by side. I'm a little concerned about whether I'm going to contract any virus or anything. Any cold in the next couple of days. It's going around my house, and yesterday certainly exposed to some germs as well. But he had to really soldier on, and I'm going to give him a lot.
What do you have, diarrhea? Could you hear him having diarrhea?
No.
You couldn't hear him going to the bathroom? That's not what you're saying with the thin walls?
I did not hear that.
No, but you said you heard something. Would you hear him, like, coughing and stuff?
Yeah, just try to get the parts moving, so to speak, and struggling. The way you do when you're not, the way you do, perhaps after a 5K, for example, for some of us trying to labor through.
After my 5K, I had the masseuse, I had the ice baths, I got in a cryo chamber, I did everything.
Yeah,
everything Rogan sells.
Let's talk about anything but the game. Bob, didn't you do the Boston Marathon virtually one year, like on a treadmill?
No, I did not do it virtually. I chose not to do it that year. I ran it the next year. I ran it the first year was back in April.
Okay.
When they returned on Patriots Day.
How many times do you want to quit during the marathon? Seriously.
I did not.
Oh, really? Never. You never went like, oh Jesus, like this is.
I could just tap out right here. And there's no shame.
Like, not that you were ever going to tap out, but there was that like, wow, this is hurting a lot more than I thought it would.
Well, I took the stride. Except I had an injury going into it, so I took the attitude that I'm going to run to every water station and then walk from the beginning of the water station to the end of the water station. And that helped me get through it. So it was like kind of running 26 separate little races at a very, very slow plodding pace. And people told me the crowd will carry you once you get into Boston. I'll tell you, the crowd that day, it was a beautiful day, carried me all the way because it was such an amazing experience. And I just tried to absorb it and enjoy it all. And that's why I really don't have an interest in doing it again, because I don't think I could duplicate, much less top that experience. It really was incredible.
You know what some people do, because I got in that phase when I was reading all the books or like listening to them from the extreme runners, the guys that do like 100 miles. And a lot of times the strategy, Bob, is what you did, is that they will walk and then they will run at a much faster pace and they will walk and they find that improves their time. Some of these guys is what they do.
Well, unfortunately, it didn't really improve my time. I think I finished like in 23,000th place, right around 5 hours.
The goal is
to finish.
The goal is, Bob, for I'm sure getting in there was to set some PRs, and as long as you did that, that's fine. Some personal records, okay. The game was undisciplined. A lot of penalties in the first half. You were in there with Zoe. What was your collective feeling? Is that a coaching situation, or is that a Is that a personnel situation? Because we went through the exercise with Mike Reiss. There's outside of David Andrews is hurt. There was probably one offensive lineman that would be playing for another team. What was your guys' take on that?
Well, I think that it's both. When you think about, and I heard Burt Breer on one of the shows earlier this year, it might have been yours, talk about bad player penalties or penalties that result because of inferior personnel. And you think of, in my mind, an offensive lineman who gets beat on a pass rush, so he grabs the defensive player and commits a holding call to prevent a sack. Or a defensive back who gets beat, just can't keep up with the receiver, and he grabs the receiver and commits a pass interference. Pre-snap penalties don't fall into that category. Now, those pre-snap penalties are committed to by guys in some cases who wouldn't be starters, as you and Mike documented, on other teams. Some of them might not even be on, the 46-man game day roster for other teams, even if they made a 53-man roster, which I think is in question for a number of guys on this team right now. So I think it's a combination of that personnel, but also the lack of focus that players are openly talking about. Jonathan Jones said it again yesterday. And when you hear things like miscommunication, lack of execution, why does the offensive line continue to struggle on specific games by defensive teams? The tackle end twists that we see, they've resulted in a couple of big hits on May almost instantly the last 2 weeks, some turnovers. It is the same offensive line combination now that has started 3 consecutive games. Maybe there's a talent deficit, but nonetheless, you would think the communication errors would be resolved somewhat. Same thing in secondary, and I think I read in Andrew Callahan's column today, the defensive backs committing, those gaffes. There's 200 combined starts in the NFL out there, and I do think that some of those guys are playing through injuries, and that might be a factor in terms of how they approach things strategically in terms of who defends who and whether they go zone or man in some cases. But again, it doesn't excuse, it doesn't explain why there are so many miscommunication errors this late in the season by a group that still, by and large, has played a lot of football.
We haven't brought this up yet today, but it is concerning that the Dolphins have that pretty standard red zone screen pass situation that was so effective. 2 touchdowns, I believe, for them yesterday. Did you guys talk about that, and is that a matter of preparation? Because that's something they do a lot.
Well, and I think that's another point to expand on regarding a lot of the teams that they've played. Now, they're all variations of the same basic system, the Shanahan outside zone running, the branches off the Mike Shanahan tree that are in all these different places in the NFL. They've played against a lot of these teams this year. You look at the 49ers and a number of other teams that run this type of offense. And again, each team has different personnel. The Dolphins have incredible speed, and they also have a quarterback who gets rid of the ball faster than anybody. And right now, he's in a zone in terms of where he wants to go with the ball. He's completing 77% of his passes since week 8, and their offense has been completely different with him upon his return from injured reserve. So understanding that, I still have to question why there's so much trouble, like you said, with Miami. A lot of what they're doing, the motion, the eye candy, as one coach termed it this week. You should be well prepared for that because you've seen it from Mike McDaniel's offense since he's been there. But also, I think just generally speaking about this kind of scheme, they've gone against these teams week after week, including last week against the Rams.
This feels like the low watermark for the season. How concerning would it be if they take another loss against a team that's not as good, say, next week against Indianapolis?
Oh, I think it would be extremely concerning if Indianapolis can come into Gillette and offensively, you see them have a 180 performance from what they did yesterday. The quarterback was 11 for 28, and I think when he was throwing to anybody other than Michael Pittman, completed, I think, maybe 4 passes. I might be wrong about that, 4 or 5 passes. The Colts, the Patriots saw Indianapolis last year without Richardson. It wasn't a good team. I don't think they're any better this year when you look at them, and there's a reason why they went to Joe Flacco when they did, even endangering the development of a quarterback that they need. They've got to develop him, or else that coach, that GM are going to be out. So I think it would be a great disappointment if the Patriots don't rebound and show significant improvement. Home game on Sunday, playing against a team that generally plays indoors in what could be inclement conditions here in Foxborough, against a quarterback who really is challenged when it comes to passing.
But wait, he did so well against the Jets. There's no way the Patriots can stop him. All right,
He must be good.
He must be really good, especially when he had to drive the field at the end of the game to win, and they let him. Bob Socci, the best corner in football. That Sauce Gardner fella got beat. Bob Socci, thank you so much for the time. Excellent job with you and Zoe. I already kissed your ass about that. All right, very good. Have a good one.
Hey, guys, thanks. I appreciate your patience. Have a good Thanksgiving.
See you, Bob.
We didn't have to be very patient. All right, listen, we'll do emails, but I also want to talk a little bit about the Red Sox, the Soto thing, and also John asked me about a trade involving a player I'm very familiar with, so we can do that in just a moment.
Weekday morning.
Here goes Hardy.
Toucher and Hardy.
I no longer love things.
Let's go. Let's ride.
98.5.
Like, let's roll the dice.
The Sports Hub.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
All right. We are a show by the name of Toucher and Hardy. Just go to 98.5thesportshub.com to figure out how to email us, which we always appreciate. It's hard to get back to everyone, but we do our best. Hardy's the best at it, I would suppose.
I did a lot over the weekend, a lot of email returning over the weekend.
I can't imagine that John does so much of that.
Well, he was busy being directed as to where to put up his holiday lights. That is my most recent email that I just received from Bill. He said, Hardy, go to your local Ace and buy brand new matching lights, keep all the receipts, and then show Super Blonde Blonde and say, you want matching lights? You got matching lights. Mary Brights are good. Pick the ones you like, but warm white is best. No LED or cold ice blue.
This is obviously someone you know because they referred to your wife by a nickname.
No, that's what I used to call her on the air all the time. Blondie or Super Blonde Blonde.
Is this Sarah from Everett?
From the Soul Coughing song, which I'm sure you're very big fan of. Big fan of Super.
My soul
Super
don't
Blonde.
cough. It's got the spirit of the Lord in it.
Let the man go through. Is that it?
All right. Yeah. So Juan Soto's going to look at contract and whatever he gets paid, he deserves. And I heard a guy call his show. And he was like, but he's not very good in right field. All right. So he's good enough, believe me. All right, so
who cares?
Just you tell me what you asked me off air. Go ahead.
Okay, specifically to Soto.
No, not Soto. The trade.
All right. So there is something. Sean McAdam writes a weekly column for Mass Live about the Red Sox, and this week, Sean reported that internally the Red Sox are thinking about moving Rafael Devers from third to first.
Yes.
And you say, well, they already have a first baseman. Well, in that case, you'd move Tristan Casas to DH. They've been unable to sign Casas to a long-term contract, so maybe they want to move on from him entirely. But that would leave a hole at third base. And apparently one of the options to find a new third baseman, should they move Devers to first, would be to make a trade with St. Louis for Nolan Arenado. Arenado, one of the best hitting and fielding third basemen of this generation, if not the best.
He's a Hall of Fame player.
However, the last year and a half, he has tailed off, and he is headed to his mid-30s. So I asked Fred off the air, should the Red Sox trade for this guy? He watches him, St. Louis Cardinal. That was my ask.
Yeah, Arenado was bad last year. He was bad in clutch situations. He only had 16 home runs last year. He played a lot of games. I love Arenado. Arenado is one of the best third basemen defensively of all time. He made great plays last year. He's not what he was at third base. So if you're looking for like a Gold Glove caliber third baseman,
anything
that's
is
not
an
Arenado
improvement.
anymore.
If you move Devers off a third, anything is an improvement. Devers is one of the worst fielding, if not the worst fielding third baseman in the league.
Well, yeah, I mean, Devers is not a good fielding third baseman, and Arenado is one of the best of all time. So I would imagine that yes, that is an improvement. He's got 3 years left in his deal. It's very manageable. He makes $21 million. 16 and 15, that's easy. It's a $25 million hit on luxury tax. By the way, he'll be being paid by the Cardinals in 2041 when he's 50 years old. He'll still be being
love the deferred money
because you can defer the money. That's like a nice little paycheck to get every year. You just get like you get $3 million in the mail. You're 50 years old. That's a good pension. But Arenado. They wouldn't have to give up big prospects. I don't think they would have to give up like anything that they truly value. I don't know if they have to give up a top 10 prospect for him.
If they don't have to give up one of the big 5 or 6, and you're talking about a second tier prospect for Arenado, I'd do that.
Oh yeah, you're not giving up a top 5 or 6 prospect for an Arenado. Because the Cardinals don't have money. They didn't sell out every game last year, and that means that they just don't have money and they're rebuilding. They're doing a complete rebuild, and their farm system's good. They're trying to make it great. What are you looking for out of them? Like, what do you expect out of them? Like, if you trade for Arenado, he's your third baseman the next 3 years. What do you want out of him?
20 homers, 70 RBIs, 80 RBIs a year?
Yeah, he'll do that. Maybe 20 home runs, like around that, though. You're not doing better than that. You're not getting Arenado.
What was not getting Colorado Arenado?
No, well, he was really good for St. Louis, too. Like, he was good, really good for St. Louis. He had a 7.9 WAR in 22.
What was the reason for his fall off this year, though?
It's just maybe age. Like, he wasn't hurt.
As I said, he's 33, 34 now.
Yeah, and his power has been progressively getting worse. So he's going down power-wise. He's not going to be a big power hitter for you.
If the Red Sox, like we keep hearing, intend to spend, then you can afford to take a guy making $20 million and drive in only 80 runs.
Yeah, I mean, where would he hit for you? He'd probably – I mean, the Cardinals moved Goldschmidt down to like 7th.
Well, the most important thing for the Red Sox is he's a right-handed bat, and
Yeah.
they are wildly left-handed heavy.
Yeah.
So
if you want a good defensive third baseman that is going to hit in the high 260s probably, and in Fenway hit 20 home runs, yes, I
was
think
going to
that's
say,
a safe
what?
bet.
Yeah. How many more RBI and home runs can you account for at Fenway than opposed to where he's playing? Because the last 3 years in home runs, he's gone 30, 26, 16.
Yeah, so 20. That's if he plays in Fenway, it's probably 20
But
last
again,
year.
you look what happened to Tyler O'Neill last year. You look what happened to Hunter Renfroe his 1 year here.
Or
I mean,
if
it
you
can
think
happen.
if you like Tyler O'Neill, I mean, Arenado's 1,000 times better than Tyler O'Neill.
RBIs have gone from 103, 93 to 71.
And also the Cardinals were not great last year, so
he's fading. There's no two ways about it.
no, he's fading. But if you want a third baseman that can hit 20 home runs and is still a very good defensive third baseman, there you go.
I don't want him.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you could do better, I mean, if you could do better, I don't know, I don't have the free agents in front of me, but as a trade, Arenado, he's got experience. He's a great guy and
Good
leader.
clubhouse guy.
He's a clubhouse. Now he's no Tony Pena, who's a clubhouse hero. Every time the Pirates used to play, they would go Tony Pena. He's the clubhouse.
Used
guy.
to be here, Tony Pena.
He used to play for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
He was on a playoff run. They would say big clubhouse guy. Big clubhouse guy. All right. Let's. We have time to do a couple more emails. We have 3 minutes here. So what else? Does anyone have anything else?
I'm the only one who's read one so far.
Well, there's a guy who had a question for Hardy, and he did. I don't think you returned this one. It says, "Hey Hardy, longtime listener, maybe even since your Vegas days. Anyway, have you ever had someone linger on you when you were doing a project?"
I did reply to that guy over the weekend, and it made me think about my lingering because I don't care to have people lingering when I'm doing something.
Really?
And it makes me think that maybe this isn't the kindest thing to be doing to other people. And I told him as much. I don't like you making me think about these things.
Do you watch people when they put up their Christmas lights?
No.
Through the window?
Well, I notice when the neighbors are doing it, but I don't watch what they're doing. No,
You don't stand there with.
What if there's a
They're
ladder?
not a professional. If it was a professional, if they're out there with like a cherry picker, yeah, I'd watch
Do you
that.
have a neighbor that goes like all out, like goes balls out at Christmas, to the point of maybe a slightly annoying?
No.
Okay, because with the people that go all in on Halloween, it's only annoying because they cause a crowd, and the crowd is very difficult to drive through. Andrew says, "Wait, Wallach is all Jewish. I'm Jewish. Don't worry." So he's saying, "Don't worry, this is okay because he's Jewish."
Oh, okay.
But thought his first wife was Jewish. Was your first wife Jewish?
Nope.
But I know he went to Jewish camp.
Yes.
Sorry, I was confused. Yeah. So there you go. I mean, to John again, his house is covered and festooned with.
That's a good word to use. Yes.
Nick emailed in. He said, I believe the real reason Fred zoomed in on his 5K photo, zoomed in on his face, is because he pooped his pants, and he didn't want it to show it in the picture. Fred?
Wait, what?
The real reason why you zoomed in on the 5K photo and zoomed in on your face is because you had pooped your pants during the 5K.
Oh, if I had crapped myself, that would have been something. That would have been. I would have been like the guy with the gap between his teeth. That's an Instagram sensation.
I'm sure a lot of people did during the grueling.
Does Ryan know his name? Did Ryan just tell you his name?
Davis Clark.
Yeah, Davis Clark crapped himself during the Boston Marathon and put it up.
Oh.
He's a heavy hitter. He rocks.
idea.
He rocks spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Here's this. Hey, Fred, I really despise the intro bumper that says, if you wake up to an alarm clock that sounds like this and then plays some awful noise, it really doesn't make sense and needs to be cut. That's none of our faults. We all hate it.
We've been trying to get rid of it for years.
But he has a suggestion. Why not do something funny and timeless, like have Adam introduce the show with his impeccable Austin Powers impression? Isn't that a win-win? I wrote back, woof, that impression was bad. He said, you're being too magnanimous. It was awful. I like Adam and have known him for a number of years through the Boston music scene, but I think that impression warrants a 1-week mic ban from him.
Who is this?
Timma, our friend Timma.
Oh, right on. Okay, cool. Yeah, sure. Ban me off the mic. I don't care.
No, you're not banned from the
Okay,
mic. I need you on the mic.
Thank you.
I need you on the mic.
We should have banned him for the rest of the day, though.
That would have been funny in hindsight.
All right. I'm going to read this, but I'm going to have to censor it a little bit because I like it. Frank, it's called Hepatitis Bathtub. Frank, great recommendation. He just read Hepatitis Bathtub, the NoFX history. Just finished Fat Mike killing his mom, which is part of the Hepatitis Bathtub. The oral history structure they used to tell the stories adds so much to the experience. And not to get political, but I have a great T-shirt idea. It would be I Miss, and it's a former president. It says, then have pictures of George W., Gavin Rossdale, Honey Wilder, and Kay Parker. Very niche idea, but it has legs. Do you get it, John?
No.
Of course not.
Oh.
You get it, Hardy?
No.
I Miss a former president. It could have George W., Gavin Rossdale, Honey Wilder, and Kay Parker. Do you get it, Adam?
I think I do.
Oh, boy.
I'm guessing those are throwback.
Oh, does Ryan get it? Our audience.
Part of it is the way you read it. It's so disjointed, and
not
when
to
you're,
get
when you're sounding out the big words, it throws me off.
Not to get political, but a great T-shirt idea, which I'm all about. They put it on a T-shirt. Idea would be I miss that, to be honest. I miss the former president. This former president. Then they have pictures of George W. Blank, Gavin Rossdale, Honey Wilder, and Kay Parker.
Which I'm guessing those last two names
do not say it.
Yeah,
but that's the joke.
I think I get the joke.
The 70s adult film stars? Did I get it finally?
You got it.
Okay.
They're not. I will explain it off the air. Audience, am I being too vague? Or because I thought the joke was a good joke from a listener, and there you go. Maybe I'm wrong.
Probably reads better in an email than a translate.
Or maybe I just have to spell it out for you, you morons.
Well, I've just...
to be the smartest guy in the room.
He said, hold on a second. I got to find it. Like, you already
Stop
lost
making
it.
fun of Zolak. All right, listen.
We got to find out why you had a bad weekend.
I do.
We find out why his hairspray is still in the studio.
Oh, but
we can talk about
so
that.
So
all
did you
this
see that over the weekend? We'll do it in this.
Yeah, we'll do it. We got a break. We'll do it. We got so much we can't even get to it. Listen, we'll hear the headlines.
Sports Hub. and Hardy resumes on the Sports Hub. We know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show? It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Hey, The Stack is brought to you by D'Angelo Grilled Sandwiches. Sink your teeth into steak royalty. D'Angelo's legendary number 9 grilled sandwich. Tender, juicy sirloin, onions, peppers, and mushrooms grilled to perfection. Get yours today. Mark Daniels has a report that offensive players could be heard joking. Not Drake May, but other offensive players could be heard joking in the locker room with light laughter, which I'm sure is going to be taken and run with and to great success by many, many people. My point of that is none of these guys are going to be on the team.
Yeah.
So let them laugh all they want.
There are maybe, think about all the skill position players. What, 2, 3 might be there?
Think of the offensive line. I mean,
most of the offensive line won't be back.
Probably 2 offensive linemen could be back. So
yeah, no, you have Ramondre, Jalen Polk will have to be there, but that's about it, man. Who else?
Skill positions, yeah. Drake May, Ramondre Stevenson, Polk, and then you have
Hunter Henry will be there. He just signed a new deal.
Yeah, Hunter Henry, and then on the offensive line,
Onwenu
is there, and then the kid you took in the 3rd round probably will be there.
Cole Strange will be there, and David Andrews will be there. But Strange and Andrews aren't playing yet.
Yeah, so there you go. Look, if they want to laugh, let them laugh. I mean, they're not going to be around. They're not NFL players. Enjoy your time. I would say enjoy your time. Have some fun. Because you'll be gone. Now, look, if this was a playoff team and they were losing and joking around in the locker room, I'd have much more of a problem with it. But if it was specifically offense, that means they're losers that are gone.
Yeah.
Let them laugh. Cut them this week. I don't care. It's not going to affect anything. All right, go ahead. What else? What do you got for the stack? You tell me. You enlighten us.
Over the weekend, Matt McCarthy tweeted out a photo. Who left their hairspray in the 98.5
Who left their
studio?
hairspray in the Sports Hub studio? You're making it cluttered.
This is
about as cluttered as the brain trust for the Red Sox.
That's disgusting.
This is a first. Most of us don't have enough hair for this. My money is on...
Quick little jab at the station. Good-natured boys. Don't take it personal.
My money is on Phil Perry. Would be a real TV guy move. Might be Kendra Middleton.
It's probably on Nesson with that TV deal. Hey, listen, got glitch much?
Definitely not Joe Murray or Tony Maserati or Big Jim Murray. I could go on. And
they're bald.
He did include a photo of an old school aerosol can of hairspray, which we all know without even thinking about belongs to...
Oh, Zolak.
Zolak.
Yeah, there's no question.
Zolak. He's got a whole bag of cosmetic products, including the old school aerosol hairspray.
Yeah, I never draw any conclusions from it, but Scott sometimes when he comes in will spray a great deal of cologne on himself. And you say, why? And I just say, well, it would smell good.
Mm-hmm. Cosmetics.
Yeah, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Just right when you start the radio show, when you're in a room with 2 other guys, that's the time that you want to put on a lot of cologne. Because the pheromones, you want the pheromones going. You know? Do you guys ever wear cologne?
No. I told you I bought a bottle when we were down in Mystic. It was Bay rum, old school Bay rum.
Yeah,
and I put it on. I was so excited about it. My daughter said I smelled like a Christmas store.
I wear cologne if I'm going out at night.
Yeah.
I'll put on cologne.
Yeah, once in a while.
People do enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
If you put on, how many sprays do you put on?
That isn't very strong, so I do like 2 or 3 sprays of that.
This whole notion of spraying it and then walking through it is nonsense.
I can't believe that was actually a thing at one point.
Yeah, I know. That's nonsense. It's
did anybody know about that before broadcast news? Because that's how I know about it. Holly Hunter does it.
So the deal with that is I believe that was the cologne industry saying, like, just waste our product and use it as... Because then you're going to spray it 100 times and keep walking through it. You know what I do? Left side, right side of the neck, center of the neck.
Just a little dabble, do you? 1, 2, 3?
It's not aftershave. It's a spray.
Oh, so you spray it 3 times close to your neck?
Boom, boom, boom. And I do it with just if I'm wearing an undershirt, I'll keep the undershirt on to keep the scent on.
What about the undercarriage?
In case there's relations. No, I don't even wipe.
How disgusting is the commercial, and I haven't seen them as much lately, about the woman who says she's a doctor who created the overall deodorant stick.
I've seen that,
and
yeah.
she shoves her big fat foot up at the camera and says it's good for. And you put some back here, and she rubs on her butt crack and on the feet.
Yeah. Everyone's seen that, and everyone. And listen,
how about
here's the
shower?
question: what if she made $5 million doing that?
Not worth it.
I still contend it's not worth it.
Yeah.
In the entire time I was married, I never knew of my wife going to the bathroom. Never heard her fart one time. I've never gone out with a girl and known anything about her going number 2, ever. And I've never had a woman break wind in front of me. It's completely unnecessary. It just is one of those things. Well, that's not fair to women. Well, listen, it's just one of them things. There's guys that are into it, I'm sure. Yeah. But for the most part, no duty, nothing. I don't like that back. I don't need that for anything. Now, John disagrees. John loves butts. He loves them. Can't get enough of them. He's obsessed with them. Some would say to an alarming extent. He's so in love with butts. But the TV wants us because it's inconvenient for them when we run
We
late.
can't explore this further.
No.
We have to stop.
Nope. Yep. So anyway, it's time to hit the old dusty trail. Is Fowler their guy? Because Fowler's my guy.
Yeah, Fowler is.
I love Fowler. How much could he complain?
Yeah. He'll send you an email. He'll let you know.
How you doing, Josh? Hope everything's good. All right. Scott, you look nice.
Hey, thank you.
All right. You got something to do after
Thank
this?
you. Oh, no, I had some TV early this morning. A tight week. So,
Bad weekend, we heard.
Oh, yeah. What's wrong with you?
No, bad Friday night.
What happened?
King Philip played in the playoffs, so we were down at Bridgewater. We won that game. We're going to the Super Bowl, 4th Super Bowl in 4 years at Gillette Stadium. So we had some people over.
Oh, and you were hurting the next day. You were celebrating.
Tequila, but he did that night. And
listen, we've all been there.
So then you got to get up early, get on a flight. The flight's bumpy. You're like, oh God, I feel like it. And I heard Bob. We had adjoining rooms, and supposedly I'd moan while I sleep at times. And I cracked my toe on the bed when I got up in the morning, and it hurt like a mother bleeper.
I like how he brought up that you didn't feel good, but he wouldn't say you were hungover.
He just went out of his way to circle around it.
He's so damn nice.
But he brought it up, and it's just like
that's the thing. We didn't pull shit out of him.
He brought up that
had a bad weekend.
That you had a bad weekend, and then we're like, why? Like Scott being hungover is not some breaking news thing. Like Scott likes to have a good time. Go ahead.
You get there and then you're on the bus. You get through security.
Yeah, I know.
The airport. It's like
there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than flying hungover.
Right.
It's the worst. That's why people, when they're coming back from Vegas, are ordering drinks at 7 in the morning.
And it was a bumpy flight, so you think you're going to get good sleep, and boom, it wakes you up.
Plus, you get that inherent anxiety that comes with it. Yeah. Everything sucks about it. All right, listen. You guys have a good show. That'll do it for us. Bye.